Yeah.
Eat. Eat. Yeah, baby. Eat.
How's everybody doing tonight? Are you making a mess? Are you making a mess? Yeah, me too. Hey Brian, how you doing? Having a pretty good day? Hey Joshua, she's doing good. Hey Anthony, how you doing? She's eating right now. I'm doing good. Didn't get much done today. Been uh, doing stuff for my mom, helping my mom and dad all day, so I didn't get anything done. Yeah, it was. Since 1 o'clock. I went to go get my pappy's truck at 1 o'clock. Came home and ate, been at our house the rest of the day. Yeah, she's doing good. She was doing good by noon that day. She took a pretty good nap, and after that, she was good. It was pretty close. No. You're crazy. Hey, Bubba, how you doing tonight? Is everybody having a pretty good week so far? Everybody have a good Valentine's Day? I was live on TikTok last night. So if any of you guys have a TikTok, go ahead and follow me on TikTok because I do a lot of live videos and stuff over there. So I've been, last week and a half or so, I've probably been doing 3 or 4 a week on TikTok. Pretty slow on the trap line, yeah. I don't even have a trap line anymore. Our season ended January 31st, so I don't even have nothing out. Trapped in Louisiana, that's awesome. What's my favorite coyote lure? Well, I make my own baits and lures, so, um, I use all my own stuff, and I'd say for lures, my favorites are my Highway 90 Roadkill, and then I have a test lure that I'm going to be coming out with here real soon. It's probably one of my favorites, so, but I don't have it available yet. Hopefully in the next week or so, I'll have it ready to go. But I've used lots of lures for coyotes. Uh, I used to use a lot of Cabin's Violator 7 and Cabin's Gusto. I used to use a lot of that. You don't have to have sheep's wool. It's one of those things. It's great to hold your bait and lure down in the hole. It's a great eye appellant. And good sheep's wool has a smell to it that kind of smells like a farm or whatnot. So it also has an attractive smell to it. So sheep's wool is a cool thing to use. You don't need it. Sometimes I don't use it, so it's not something you need, but it works pretty well. Uh, yeah, I'll definitely have it posted on the Facebook and probably on YouTube. I'll let you guys know when it's available. I gotta get some more bottled up. I was hoping to get it done the last week, but Seems like every day is just so much to do and gone, and can't ever get it done. Yeah, just trapping around your farm. Yeah,
You
it's
need
always
more?
good.
More?
It's always to help maintain the numbers.
I'm not even gonna warm it up.
Oh, do I need any more? Um, Possibly later on. Right now, I don't. Right now, I have a lot. Uh, one of my friends on one of my Facebook friends, his mom and dad have a bunch of sheep and alpaca, and I just bought a ton of wool from them. So, uh,
Are you done?
yeah, definitely in the future, I'll be need more. Right now, I got quite a bit.
You're not done.
I just
Eat.
sometimes I got to be kind of picky on where I spend my money.
Are you done?
Are you done? You ready to go take a bath? I'd say she's up. She's gonna throw it. Told you. My daughter's throwing spaghettios. Look.
Hey, look.
Kenzie, look. Can you see yourself?
No.
Yeah. She's throwing spaghettios all over the house.
Let's go take a quick bath.
Go take a bath.
So mommy can eat. Come on. Are you done eating? Are you hungry?
But yeah, trapping is, I was really hoping that I was going to get it done today, but I ended up, busy doing other stuff all day long. So I'm going to shoot for tomorrow, but again, we'll see. I got a lot of stuff I need to do. I have a couple lures that I need to get made that I'm running pretty low on that I got to get made up and bottled up. I'm about out of my seasonings, so I need to get some more of those made up. Alright, Brian. If you have Facebook, go ahead and message me on Facebook, and I'll get a hold of you. I feel like Facebook's usually the easiest way to get a hold of people. If you have Facebook. Experimenting with a goose, squirrel, and rabbit mix for bait. That'll do well. Rabbit, I've heard that rabbit is really good for bait. Bobcats love rabbit. I'm sure it'd do real good. I know there's quite a few different baits out there that I've heard of that people use different kind of birds in it, whether it be chicken or whatever. It's never like the main ingredient, but I've heard a lot of people that mix it in there. But I figured I'd just kind of get on here and see how everybody's doing. I know I haven't done a live here on YouTube in a few days, so uh, see feather piles from the Kayak, yeah. Case, what state are you in? I'm guessing you're probably farther up north. From farther up north from me, anyways. I'm in Arkansas. Oh wow, you're south of me actually. I'm in Missouri. Start a good area. Yeah, I'm in southwest Missouri. I'm about 2 miles from the Arkansas line. Yeah, I have all kinds of stuff that I need to get done, but it seems like there's always 10 times more stuff to do than you got time to do. Um, Also, I know I said something a little while back about it, but uh, my coon syrups or raccoon syrups, uh, I actually am able to make these a little bit cheaper than I used to. So I've actually lowered the price on those on the website. The small ones, the 2.5 ounce bottles, they're $4 now, and these ones are $12. These are 8 ounce bottles. They're $12. So if I'm able to save money on making any of my baits and lures, you guys will see it on the website. I don't try to make it cheaper and then sell it for the same price, if not more. You guys will always know when I'm able to do stuff a little cheaper than I was before. Feathers are some of the hardest stuff for you to come up with unless I got dead chicken. Yeah, I understand that. That's why I usually just buy feathers from Walmart. If you go into the crafting aisle, they have a little bag of like bleach white feathers. They're like $2, and I use those. They're not big or long feathers, but they work pretty good. Brian, I do. The only trap tags I sell right now are the write your own. But I'm kind of looking into maybe trying to figure out how to make trap tags myself to try to make it more affordable for people. Trap tags aren't real expensive, but they can still be pretty expensive. I think. What is it? I want to say the copper custom printed ones are. I think you can get 100 of them for about $30. Bubba, your Walmart didn't have any. That's crazy. So I know I buy the bleach white ones from Walmart in the crafting aisle, or you can. A lot of people will buy the feather pillows and just take the feathers out of the pillow. Raid. Hey Steve, how you doing tonight? Jeep fam. Oh, Jeep fam's raiding. I'll use live. I didn't know, man. I didn't mean to interfere with your live. I just hadn't done a YouTube video in a while, a live video in a while, so I just sat down and turned it on. Got a pellet gun in the yard? Yeah. Alright, Brian, I appreciate it. Alright, Jeep fam. Yeah, I've been helping my mom all day, and uh, there was like, I don't know, 4 live videos on TikTok that I missed. I was helping her, and then I got home, and I just put it on YouTube and went live. In case. Hey, Mark J, how you doing tonight? Mark, your season's still going, ain't it? Your trapping season? PA, have you been having any better luck here lately on your trapping line? So is everybody having a pretty good week? You don't have many people, just the legends that join you. Yeah, most of my live videos, I'm right about 10, and around 6 to 10 is usually what my live videos are. Every now and then I'll get up to like 15 or 16, but usually about 10 is where I'm at on most of my live videos. Today was the last day. Well, that sucks. Um, how many coyote did you end up getting this year, this season? You was just crying about your bad luck in Jeep Fam's life. Yeah, it can be different. That's what I was talking to a couple people on TikTok the other night. On my trap line, I'd have 2 or 3 days I wouldn't catch nothing, and then the next 5 or 6 days I'd have something every single day, and then I would go another 2 or 3 days not having anything. Just create an account and website. All right, Trap Louisiana, I appreciate it, man. You're thinning out a mean coon herd, even though you don't have turkeys. Yeah, but Case, if you're doing that, you're gonna have a really good chance at getting a turkey herd. Getting more turkeys. Not a turkey herd, but more turkeys, quail, anything like that. Tomorrow's gonna be the day if the full moon don't interfere. Yeah, I seen uh, tonight that we have a full moon here. Hey Bruce, how you doing tonight? Ever since you got the neighbor's dog, that's crazy. You go until March 31st. You can trap coyotes until March 31st. I'll have to watch the videos to find out. uh, did you catch a coyote today? The skunk foot, Mr. Fox, fresh tracks, just beside the scent. Yeah, fox are definitely something different. That's I noticed. I had the first fox I caught this year. I had 3 coyote sets. Well, I had 3 coyote sets within like a 30, 40 yard triangle, and then I had another set about I'd say probably 50 yards from those. And all 4 of those sets, something kept reaching. Had that fox, and I was like, yeah, boy. You can in Arkansas too. Yeah, they're talking about voting in Missouri to extend the trapping season next year. So I think they're voting. I think the official vote is in March, and if it passes, then we'll be able to trap until the end of February. And I think I read something where they're talking about on the private land you can trap till like the middle of March. You didn't get nothing today, Mark? That ain't good. Yeah. So the season's coming to an end on a lot of people. Some of us it's already ended, and a lot of the other ones are getting ready to. Yeah, Mark, he did. I got his knife shipped out to him already. His fleshing knife. He should have it, I'd say by the latest Thursday, I would think. Hey, Ottercat, how you doing tonight? Yeah, Mark had a great year. I mean, uh, it's always something to set a goal of what, you set a goal, hey, I don't think I'll get this many. So you set a goal, hoping you do. And then when you pass that goal, it's like, that's awesome. Bryce, she said you don't know, you haven't got anything in a week or two, so you don't know what's going on. It's weird, like right now, a lot of your coyotes and stuff, they're going to be in like the breeding season. So they're not really looking for food anymore. So your dirt holes with your baits and stuff, they're not going to be as appealing as, say, like a walkthrough set with some urine, because right now it's the coyotes are looking for their breeding partner. They're not really caring about food too much. Possums have been plaguing your sets hard the last 2 weeks. Yeah, that sucks, Bruce. It's always great to get them out of the population, but it definitely sucks when they're plugging up your coyote sets. If you have any dog proofs, you might just try setting 1 or 2 dog proofs around every one of your coyote sets, and hopefully you'll catch them there before they get in your set. You wanted to buy him a stake driver? Does he not have a stake driver yet? You caught your first coyote in a 1.5 on rabbit guts? Yeah, there's been a lot of coyotes caught in a 1.5. If you think if Mark had more wax dirt, he'd have been pushing 40. Yeah, so you never know. So I ended with 17 coyotes, and I'm super happy with that. I was only in a good coyote spot in January. November and December I wasn't in very good coyote territory. December I wasn't in good coyote territory at all. All right, Brian. Thanks for stopping in, man. Uh, as you know, in December I caught mostly just possums and raccoons. That's really all about I caught December. Coyote here and there, and that's it. Yeah, sometimes the best way to try to prevent possums and coons from getting your coyote sets is to put out some dog proofs around your sets. Cat food and fish oil. It does good. It's what a lot of people use. Iowa Trapper, cat food, that's what he uses. And, he catches a ton of them. Arctic Cat, have you caught you another bobcat yet? Uh, Jeremiah, I don't know. I don't really think so as much. I think it depends on who you're selling it to. I think if you're selling the fur to like a tannery, to where they're gonna tan it and like sell it as a relic or something, possibly. But I think for the most part, the feet don't matter at all because, uh, they're not. Most places that buy fur to make stuff with them are not gonna use the feet. They don't really care about the feet. So a lot of stuff, the back and the belly is your most important part. PC, he was using a homemade driver, so. Alright, Mark, I think I have you on Facebook, right? If so, just message me on Facebook and I'll talk to you on there, see what we can get set up. Do you know what kind of steaks he uses? Whether, Berkshire, Wolfang, whatever. Definitely be putting dog proofs on your cousin. Yeah, like I said, it's one of the best ways to try and prevent. You're still going to catch the wandering possum or raccoon in your coyote set, but it'll definitely help cut the cut it down a little bit. Yes, you did in a few beavers. That's awesome, Autocat. I'm glad. All right, Bubba. Thanks for stopping in, man. Yeah. I seen that VA. Uh, I watched the video. I can't remember if the video was today or yesterday. But he was talking about His dad works at a realtor's office or something in one of the houses. They're having coyote problems, so they were gonna uh, see if he could catch a coyote there or not. All right, Case. Thanks for hopping on, man. Had 10 Duke 550s out since November 19th. I've not caught one coyote in there. Uh, since November 19th. Bruce, it's really hard to really tell, because location is going to be your biggest thing when it comes to trapping, especially coyotes. Your location and your bedding of your trap is the most important things. Um, what I normally do is if I'm trapping a property, I try to stay on two tracks. So if you have a road that's going through the property, I try to set right off the road. When I mean right off the road, I mean like, here's your track. I'll have my trap about 12 inches off that two track. Because the coyotes are 9 times out of 10, they're going to be on that two track. And that's when they're going to be running by and they're going to smell whatever you have, whether it's a bait, a lure, urine, or whatever. They're going to smell that, and that's when they're going to catch their attention. And then, if they smell it and start looking around and they see your bait hole there, that's really going to catch their attention. So, I trap a lot of two-track roads. That's where I have a lot of my success. I post a video on how to trap a bobcat. I have a couple videos on bobcat sets on my YouTube. I'm not the greatest bobcat trapper. I caught one this year. I'm wanting to learn more about the bobcat trapping. But yeah, I do have a couple videos on my YouTube of different bobcat sets that I did. Live traps and snares, including power snares, are only legal here as of right now. So Jeep fam, you're saying you can't use footholds in Florida? You can only use live traps and snares? PA, yeah, I watched that video yesterday. I haven't been on my phone at all today. Alright, Mark. Yeah, just email me. That's fine. I'll get it. Jeep fam, you just going for hogs today? I know you said you went and was kind of scouting them. Yeah, Bruce, it's kind of weird. I hear a lot of people time and time and time again to say that trapping bobcat is easier than trapping coyotes. But I tell you what, I can trap 10 times more coyotes than I can bobcats. A lot of that has to do with like the population that we have. We have way more coyotes here than we have bobcats. But like I said, I caught one bobcat this year. I don't ever catch a lot of bobcats. I know, like down in Texas and stuff like that, they have quite a few bobcats. And there's a lot of people that go down to Texas, and I mean, they'll catch, 80 to 100 bobcats a year. G fam, yeah, man. I hope you get a bunch of them hogs. Yeah, Jeep fam. Snares are great to use, but there's just a lot of locations that it's hard to run snares because if you don't have trails, man, it's hard to know where to put a snare. And there's some states that you can't put snares on like fence crossings and stuff like that. Jeep fam, did you Did you get a chance to look up that YouTube channel I was telling you about? Got 3 cats this year on one rub set you made with Beaver caster. Yeah. Uh, I know a lot of people use caster for coyotes and bobcats. I know some people that make scratch sets for bobcats, and they'll use like a sweet lure or like a minty lure. You have a live hog trap. Is it like one of those hog pens? Like one of those circle ones that drop down? And those things are expensive. Yeah, I know a lot of people that trap bobcats with uncovered traps. Jeep fam, no, you're good, man. I figured that he might be able to help you out some. It's a homemade one, but works the same way. Yeah. Yeah, I had somebody ask me one time if I could get them one of those hog traps, and I was looking them up, trying to see if there was a place I could get one. And yeah, I mean, a good one, like a good, decent one that's a decent size and everything, it's like $8,000. I was like, good lord. It's like $450 to ship it. It's like, my goodness. Yeah, and say you almost have to make a dedicated cat set if you're wanting to catch a lot of cats. But you have to be in an area that there's a lot of cats. One thing I've noticed, like here in my area, I can be on one farm and there's like no bobcats at all. And then you can go on the next farm that's not even a mile down the road, and there might be 30 bobcats on that property. It's just crazy. Yeah, a lot of people use silver vine. So there's silver vine and a lot of cat lures. Yeah, it is worth it. I seen a hog pen, one of those hog pen traps. It had a camera on it to where you could watch it, and then you had a remote to where you could drop the pin whenever you were ready for it to fall. And it was like $28,000, and it was I think 16 foot wide. I was like, good grief, $16,000. And there's like I read a article the other day about the Missouri Conservation Department. Apparently, they have like 5 of those large hog traps like that, and they only use one. It's like, so you're telling me there's at least like $40,000 worth of hog traps that are just sitting and don't get used. Cubby said you've heard are good for cats making pine limbs. Yeah, I've never had luck with a cubby set. I've made lots of cubby sets, and it seems like the only thing I've ever made out of a cubby set, or the only thing I've ever caught out of a cubby set, was raccoon. Uh, Most of my bobcat sets that I make specifically for bobcat, it'll be pretty much like my dirt hole that I'm going to make for my coyote, but I'm going to make it a whole lot more flashy. My coyote set, it's going to be a little more blended in. My bobcat set, I'm going to kind of make it look real flashy. Depending on what state you're in and what your laws are. But here in Missouri, we can use whatever we want. So uh, I hang tinsel or a CD or something like that. I normally use like Christmas tinsel. I'll hang above my set, and then I'll put feathers down on my dirt hole. And all right, Mark. Uh, I'll get your email back when the video's over. I appreciate it, but yeah, like I said, I made lots of cubby sets for bobcats, and I've never had luck on them myself. I know a lot of people that do really well on them. I know lots of people that use like scratch post sets. And basically, like a lot of those I see is there'll be people find like a stump from a tree that fell over, and there's a stump there, and there'll be like a part of the stump that just sticks out, and people will put a lure on that, usually like something sweet or minty or something like that, and that'll make that cat kind of want to go up there and scratch their back on it, and a lot of times they'll step on your trap right there. Looked at the hog buster traps. Yeah, I know, man. It's like, do I want to buy this hog trap or do I want to buy a car? Like, it's crazy. I can understand if you live somewhere, like Texas, Florida, places like that, where the hogs are like squirrels. They're just everywhere. And if you were literally trying to catch hogs because they were completely tearing up your farm, I could see it for that part. But as just like a average ordinary guy, it's like I can't eat seeds spending even $10,000 on one trap. County you live in is paying for this amount. Put that on for a while. Yeah, them hogs do a lot of damage. PA, no, bobcats don't really shy away from much of anything. A lot of people just like to use the strong, skunky baits and stuff for cats. And cats really like skunk. Uh, but yeah, there's never any. The sweetness to it is not really. I mean, if you take like a catnip, uh, cats love catnip, and catnip is real sweet smelling. But pretty much, if you're talking about a bobcat, they're gonna like the same thing your feral cat at your house is gonna like. So, I mean, it's kind of the same thing as like your dog. When you're talking about your dog at your house, if you throw scraps or whatever out in the yard, they're gonna go eat that. The same thing as a coyote. They're gonna eat it. They don't care. Hey, dear Slayer, how you doing? Yeah. G-Fan, yeah. They're kind of like badgers. Uh, I know a lot of places up farther north, like Nebraska. I mean, badgers destroy that place up there. Yeah. I said, what I was talking about is like a scratch post, using like a minty lure or something on a scratch post, because they're gonna come up and want to scratch their back on it. When you're talking about a scratch post, you're not putting really anything in the ground that they want to come eat. You're making a post that they want to come scratch their back on. Yeah, if I'm trapping bobcats, I'm not necessarily going to be using a sweet bait or something. Yeah. Say I have a lure. It's a trapper's potion, and it's kind of when I made it, I kind of had muskrat in mind. Uh, but it's a minty smell to it. It works for beaver and muskrat, but uh, I had a guy tell me that when he got it, he messaged me back and he's like, I bet this lure would be fantastic for a scratch post set on the bobcat. And it's like, you know what? I never even thought about that, but I bet it would. I never heard back from him on if he did that or not, but I'm looking at some spawns. Yeah. Yeah, hogs are crazy.
Do you want
Yeah, otter cat.
hot chocolate for bed?
That's what I've heard a lot of people talk about cats. They're so much different than coyotes because coyotes, they like to run trails
What, you want popcorn?
and they'll look for
No.
an animal or their
How about
food or
some
whatever.
veggie straws?
Once they see it, they'll go get it.
You have some veggie
A
straws?
bobcat just, they like to get up and look. If they see something that catches their eye, they're going to go after it. If they see something else, they're going to go after it. They don't really stay on the trail. They just see something and go, see something and go, see something and go. They just bounce around.
Go to bed in 30 minutes. Do not feed the dog.
Like I said, I'm not a huge cat trapper. I love trapping bobcats, and I want to get better at it and catch a few more. But I'm definitely not your person for cats. I'm definitely not the guy to ask. I know our cat catches quite a few. Yeah, canines smell really, really, really good.
I don't think she likes those raviolis.
You mean spaghettios?
Huh?
You mean spaghettios?
What did I say?
Raviolis? And yeah, like the bobcat I caught this year. I was out on the property one day, and the guy that manages it was there, and he does a lot of deer hunting. And he told me, he's like, this spot right here is where I see most of my bobcats. He said I see him walking them down the road here a lot when I'm hunting and on trail camera and stuff. I was like, really? He said, yeah. He's like, my brother was hunting here a couple years ago, and he seen 6 bobcats come out and was walking up the road. And I was like, So that's when I decided to put the bobcat set there, and I caught a bobcat that night. And that was the only bobcat I caught all year. I did have another bobcat set that I had a bobcat work it at least once that I know of, and I think twice because um, there's that one day I pulled up. There's that one day I pulled up and I seen the bobcat run across the field. I was like, dang. Well, then one day when it snowed, um, I there was bobcat tracks going to my set, and then all the snow around it was gone. So there was definitely a bobcat there working and walking around a lot. I've never caught a bobcat and only ever seen one driving. Yeah. See, the big thing with bobcat is just being in an area that has them. All right, Joshua, I appreciate you hopping on, man. Have a good night. So you get up north, PA? Yeah. Dear sir, you got your first coyote a couple days ago. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. You love to catch a cat, but Illinois makes us get a tag that is almost fun. See, we have to tag our bobcats here in Missouri, but it's free, and they just kind of come out and look at it going, oh yeah, you have a bobcat. Here's your tag. I think it's more or less to see how many are uh, harvested throughout the year is why they do that. See, yeah, PA, our bobcat tags here are free. I know I'm winning. I know what it is. There's some of these lures I love the smell. I love the smell of castor. To me, it smells like a fine tobacco, like a high-end tobacco. on the cherry coon syrup. So if you buy any lures from me, there's a pretty good chance that I have opened it and smelled it a couple times. Yeah.
Give it up.
Do whatever I want with it.
You're so retarded.
Yeah. Most of the time I have them sitting right here just so, I can have them talk about whatever. But when we had a lot of snow and stuff on the ground, I made all my coon syrups in the house. And my beaver lures, They don't stink like a lot of my, the long call lures. I'm definitely not making those in the house. Making some bearded man's caster out of fox set. See, caster, I've had a lot of, when I tell them that, I've had a lot of people that look at me like I'm weird, but I tell them, I said, to me, caster just smells like a real fine tobacco. Tennessee regs say you only have to tag if you're going to sell them international. See, we have to tag them. I think here the reason why they want you to tag them here in Missouri is just to kind of keep track of how many we're taking. Yeah, coyotes love caster too. A lot of things love caster. It's a pretty universal thing. Kind of like a beaver tail oil. It's pretty universal. It works good for coyotes, fox, bobcat, lots of stuff. Yeah, for those of you that weren't on here earlier, I was saying, I know about a week ago or so I said it, but my coon syrups, I found one of the ingredients on my coon syrups that's cheaper than it was before, so I'm able to lower the price on all my coon syrups. So all my smaller ones, the 2.5 ounce bottles, used to be $4.99. They're $4 now, and the 8 ounce bottles that were $14.50, they're $12 now. So if I ever am able to make something, if I'm ever able to get ingredients or something, one of my baits and lures that is cheaper than it was before, you guys are gonna know because I'm gonna lower the prices on my stuff. You know, if I'm able to make something cheaper, I'm gonna give it to you guys for cheaper.
The fire department is responding to traumatic injuries
Okay.
as of 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. But is everybody having a pretty good week so far? Then I know a lot of people are still trapping. Trapping season's coming to an end for a lot of people, so I haven't been trapping for over 2 weeks now. I don't use the sack oil in any of my ingredients. I know there's a few people that do. Uh, it's pretty good. It's definitely got a very strong and unique smell to it. Uh, so there's a lot of bait lure makers that use it in their recipes. So it's pretty good stuff. I don't use it in anything. I'm not saying I never will, but currently I do not use it. Alright, dear Slim. I think Trapper Jay said that he grinded up 17 pounds of beaver sacks and sacks in the oil. That's a lot. I can tell you right now, I had somebody give me a 60-pound beaver. I skinned it out, and the oil sacks on it, I mean, tops, maybe 4 ounces. So if you say, it takes 5, 6 beaver to make 1 pound, he had 17 pounds. That's a lot. You're probably pushing 100 beaver.
You have a drink?
I don't.
You do or don't? Oh, I got one.
Bruce, yeah. I've heard people catch beaver in 550s and number twos and stuff. It's not really the trap I would use to target them because beavers have very large back feet. So if you're gonna be catching front foot, a 550 yes will work. A lot of people do use them, but yeah, uh, it's not necessarily the trap that I would buy in particular to target them. I would at least try to go like a 650 or number three. That's why a lot of people they use like 7.5 to 8.5 inch uh, traps, footholds for beaver. Caught 31 beaver last year. Sold casters. Should get both sector. Yeah. Uh, Oil sack is definitely a unique thing. It's not something that a lot of people use, like caster. I mean, pretty much any bait and lure maker is going to use caster for one of their recipes. And nonetheless, all the commercial things that are made with castor, like you know, they use it. They use in some makeup products, some food products. So, all right, Articat, appreciate you hopping on here tonight, man. Have a good night. Number three is the largest you can use for bridge or for beaver. That's crazy. A lot of times they have different, uh, let's say, regulations for traps when they're submerged underwater. 7.5 is the largest foothold you can use, Bruce. Deer Slayer, you're back. That was quick. 3 minutes. James, I have not started buying fur. I'm really hoping that I'm able to next year. I was hoping to, but it just didn't work out. So hopefully next year I will be able to. 6.5 PA. So you can use the 650. Alright, Jeep fam. Appreciate you hopping on here tonight. Have a good night. Have fun in Florida. Fishing and hunting hogs. Now see, here in Missouri, when it comes to footholds, we don't have a limit on our footholds. Deer Slayer, according to what everybody else is saying, you really got to look at your state laws and see what you're able to use. I know some of the most common traps for beaver are the Duke 850, the TS 85, and a Bridger number 5. Or you can go up to like the Bridger number 5 double long spring, or Duke has a was it number 4 double long spring. That's usually closer. I'm not gonna say the bigger the better, but I know a lot of people use the TS 85s and they love them. Mine, Jeremiah, I I don't really remember. I think 32 was my raccoon number for the season. I think 32 was what I caught. Was what my numbers were. Uh, 658 outside.
Why?
I don't know about that PA. I haven't heard anything about it. Possibly, I know a lot of states vary on how they measure their traps, whether it's jaw to jaw, lever to lever, inside outside. You know, some states make it real like difficult. Uh, I know, like Ohio Trapper. I was watching one of his videos, and he has to modify number two traps to be able to use them. I'm like, to me, that's crazy.
Do not feed the dogs, baby.
And
They'll
then
get sick.
Jeep fan, he said in Florida, you can't use
Do not feed baby and boo boo.
footholds at all. Can't use footholds at all. You use live traps and snares. Version number 4, Long Springs, best water trap I found.
Bailey.
Beaver, even
Boo boo. Get over.
Long Springs bed, good water. Yeah, I know a lot of people that use the Long Springs for beaver trapping.
Go watch cartoons. Are you ready for bed? You want your banana? You want your apple? I'll save them for tomorrow. Well, not the banana.
Yeah, it's crazy, PA. Like, here in Missouri, we can use footholds of any size, but we can't use snares.
Give me it.
We can use cable restraints, but we can't use snares. It's just crazy to me. I had a lady comment on one of, it was a picture, video, I don't remember. I don't even remember what social media site it was, but she's like, the least you could do is use a trap that kills the animal so they don't have to suffer. And I said, you know, it's funny because people with your mindset are the reason I can't use a kill trap. I said, now think about that.
Can I throw it away? You want your banana?
You want your banana? No? Okay.
In the trash. Icky. You got your apple.
Yeah, PA.
You want it in a bowl?
I'm gonna get me some cable restraints to use next year. I've never used them before, so I'm gonna get me like a dozen of them and try out. If I like them, I'll probably end up buying 4 or 5 dozen. But I want to get me something to try out. Ben, morning. Where are you at? If it's morning, Power M's more humane than anything. Yeah, and I know a lot of there's some states they can use 330s on land to trap, you know, bobcat, coyote, whatever.
Okay, go watch your cartoons.
Yeah, I'll say it's 8:48 here, p.m. Jeremiah, my favorite coyote bait. I make my own baits and lures, and that's what I use.
Let's go change that. Come on. Did you stinky?
I like using both my baits. I don't really have my favorite,
Did you shoey?
but I'll use both mine evenly. I don't have a favorite, but like if I'm wanting to specifically trap, like say fox, I'm going to use my Deadly Howie 71 bait. Yeah, Bruce, you know, the most of the lawyers, the judges, all that stuff that make all the laws and rules and restrictions for anything outdoors, you know, hunting, fishing, trapping, whatever, they don't do that. You know, most of the people that work on those cases and vote on it have probably never even shot a gun or probably never went fishing or any of that stuff, but they're the ones that get paid the big money to tell us what to do. PA, yeah. Here in Missouri, you don't have to have a class to use them. I do know that you can't have any entanglement. So basically, whatever length your snare is, you can't have around any kind of tree or something like that that they can get tangled up in. Deer snare, yeah. Here in Missouri, the biggest conibear we can use is a 155, and it's not really big enough to do anything. So it'd really be cool to be able to at least use a 220, but can't. So it is what it is. I mean, I could use them for you could use them for coon, but you're probably gonna miss a lot of coon using them. But skunk, possum, stuff like that. Uh, I thought about getting some 155s to use for skunk, make some skunk specific sets, but I don't know. Ben, yeah, 220s. Yeah, there's lots of people that love 220s and use them like crazy, but a lot of states you just can't use them. PA, yeah. Um, oh, Trapper J would figure it out. Knowing him, he'd probably be out there shooting tannerite, waiting for him to get around that and shooting it. A lot of people do that with hogs. I've seen a couple videos where people will set out 4 or 5 pounds of tannerite and put a bunch of corn around it and wait for the hogs to go eat the corn, then they'll shoot that tannerite, and it's crazy. All right, Jeremiah, man, thanks for hopping on here tonight. Hope you get a bunch of raccoons tonight. I appreciate it. Man, how far am I from Kansas City? Uh, it depends because like the south side of Kansas City to where it starts, I'm like a little over 3 hours. But like the north side, it's 4 hours. I mean, literally, Kansas City takes like 45 minutes an hour to get through. Oh yeah, there's some places. I mean, like Texas, Florida, states like that. They have hogs like most places have squirrels, chipmunks. It's crazy. Even Oklahoma, there's quite a few hogs in Oklahoma. And this stand for my phone that keeps falling down. I don't know why. I ain't never had a problem with it. You guys want to see it? It's my beautiful. It's like a pink purple stand. It's got little flakes in it too. But it's just a cheap little stand that I use a lot. I use it for all my live videos. Works pretty good. Ben, few. Very, very, very few. Every now and then there's people seeing black bear here. There's a little place called Pow. It's about 15, 20 minutes. Let's say 15. Uh, there's starting to be quite a few. I wouldn't say quite a few, but there's starting to be more black bears seen there. But yeah, if you go down south to Arkansas, if you get towards like the Fayetteville area, there's a ton of black bear. But there's a lot of mountains up in Fayetteville. One of my friends has I think it's the state record black bear in Arkansas killed with a bow. I think it was a little over 500 pounds. He killed it in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And Fayetteville is about between 45 minutes and an hour from me. Mr. Somebody, you're good, man. You ain't too late. You're not late at all, actually. I went on a little earlier than usual. I think it's normally about 9:30 before I do my lives, and I started this one at before 8 o'clock. Lots of bear. Yeah, there's lots of bear in PA, Pennsylvania. So we don't have many. They're starting to be seen a little more here, like within uh, walking distance from my house. I guess you could say. I don't have trap parts listed on my website, Bruce, but I can get them. I can get any trap part for MB, Bridger. I can get a lot of the trap parts for like Sleepy Creek, Victor, stuff like that. I can get some, like I think I can get safeties and dogs for the Belial traps. Ben, I am about 45 minutes from Joplin. Yeah, family about Fayetteville and Harrison. We have black bears all the time. Yeah. So there's a lot of black bear up there. Yeah. Like I said, my friend, he got the state bear, largest state bear in Fayetteville with a bow. It's 500 pounds. You have a dude that's missing a jaw. I haven't really looked to see about getting Duke parts. I can get Duke traps. I want to say probably the best place to look would probably be F&T or Trap Shed. Probably be the best place to look for Duke parts. Say Ben, yeah, I go to Joplin quite often. I say quite often, a couple. I'd say at least once a month. I probably go to Joplin. I have a few customers that I meet in Joplin for different things. It popped off when it fired. Oh, Bruce, did the jaw break or did it just pop off? You can put it back on if it just popped off. Yeah, if you go to, if you know where Anderson, Missouri is, it's about 20 minutes from me, so say about 25 minutes from Joplin. Uh, I know some people that shot hogs out there. There's a place that's west of Anderson. I know some people that have shot hogs there. I've seen a few hogs here, not many. Me and my brother had a hog on trail camera a while back. But yeah, you like Duke 1.5, number 3, don't care much for the number 4s. I've used the Duke 1.5s, I like alright. The number 3 is okay. I hate a number 2. I hate that trap. I don't know why. I don't like the trap. I feel like I always have a hard time trying to get the pan level. And to me, it seems like it's too hard to set. Like, I feel like I feel like I have to push the levers past the base of the trap to be able to set the trap, to get the jaws to lay down all the way. But I am really becoming a huge fan of the Duke 650 and the Duke number 2 dogless. Uh, I'm going to buy some lamination kits for my Duke number 2 dogless, and I'm going to do that. I think that'll change the trap a lot, so I'm going to buy some of the lamination kits and do that to it. Yeah. See, the 1.5 Dukes are pretty good, and I know a lot of the Duke traps now are night and day different compared to the Duke traps, back in the 80s. or 70s. Yeah, the Duke number 3 is not a bad trap at all. I know lots of people use them. I know a lot of people say they're, one of the best bedding traps out there. Stu Miller with Coon Creek Outdoors, he says the Duke number 3 is still one of his favorite traps. He just loves the way that it beds. But he center swivels all his. Oh, you lost the jaw? I see. Yeah, it'd be kind of hard to put it back on then. But yeah, I'd say F&T is probably your best bet to get ports for Duke. I don't know if they will have them, but it'd probably be one place that did have them. The loose jaw sets half inch high. That's crazy. See, I've never used the Duke number 4. Yes, sir, you use Bridger number 2. Yeah, the Bridger number 2 and number 3 dogless traps. I really like them, especially the fully modified ones. Uh, I have quite a few Bridger number 2 dogless modified, and I love them. They're good traps, but I mean that I'm really starting to really like the Duke 650. Uh, the new Alpha trap is a fantastic trap too. I love it. I caught 4 coyotes in it, 2 coons, and 3 possums in it, I think. And, it still sets perfectly. The pan sets level. The pan tension's perfect. Nothing's bent. None of the levers bent. None of the posts. Nothing's bent on it. And, so I'm super happy with that trap and surprised. The only downfall to the Alpha trap that I know is the price. I mean, it's $280 for a dozen. So, you can get a lot of really good traps for, $100 less a dozen. So, to me, that's really the only downfall to them. You had a number 1 hold a mini Aussie. And, I should watch your video on laminating the Duke 2 is very cheap. They work great. That's awesome. Yeah, I plan on doing it, and I'm going to try to pick up, I'm going to try to get another dozen Duke number 2 dogless this summer. I'm hoping to have, at least 2 dozen more traps next year. You like the number 3 flat sets or post sets, easy to bed, whatever. Yeah, a lot of people say the number 3 is one of the best bedding traps. The Duke 650 is a phenomenal bedding trap. Uh, like literally every one that I had a dozen. Every one that I put out, like I would dig my bed, and I would go to put the trap in there, and it would fit perfectly every time. And you know, I a lot of the traps I use, you're always trying to like force it into the hole, or it's wanting to lean one way or the other. Sometimes the swivel gets in the way of how the trap sets, but I mean that Duke 650. I mean it just every time just put it in that hole, perfect. You like the dog and the you like the dog and the way the 550 set. Yeah. Bruce, you talking about the Duke or the MB? I haven't got to try the 550s yet. I'm gonna get some and try them. Never used the number 2 Duke. Heard a lot of good things about them. I think they're similar to yeah. So they're pretty similar to. They're really similar to the Bridger number 2. Uh, there's just a price difference. Uh, the Duke is $128 a dozen. That's cheap for a dozen coyote traps. Use mostly long springs, Ben. Yeah, I have a hard time with long springs myself. Uh, to me, it just seems like they take longer to set. They take longer to bed. They take a lot bigger bed. I don't know. There ain't nothing wrong with them. To me, there's not my trap. Yeah, take long to bed. Do I have open water yet? What do you mean by open water? Alright, dear Slayer. Thanks for hopping on in tonight. Hope you have a good night, man. Mark, yeah, they use more of a Wexler. Yeah, I use peat moss, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, they're cheaper than the big, yeah. Uh, you know, to me, the Duke and the MB, a lot of people, they talk about American made, American made. That's what everybody wants to talk about, or it's either that or they're talking about the rip-off trap. To me, Duke's not a rip-off. Duke has been around longer than Minnesota. The MB brand trap. Duke. I don't even know when Duke started. I think they were making traps like back in the '60s or something like that. Uh, so they're not really the rip-off brand. They did make a very, very, very similar trap, but so is everyone else. Um, most trap brands have the trap that they have. They have at least one trap that's really similar to another trap of one way or the other, whether it be a Montana trap or Victor or MB or whatever. You know, it's not really one trying to steal the design of the other. It's just it's a really nice trap, so they want to make something similar to it. It's just the same as if somebody makes a gland lure. Does that mean nobody else should make a gland lure because that one guy makes it? The 1.5 springs a little weak, so for the number twos, yeah. Hey, Adventures with James, how you doing tonight, man? No problem if you have long springs release and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't really release very much. Ben, we don't get enough ice here that covers our water here in Southwest Missouri. We don't get zero very often. We very rarely get below 20. Yeah. You could literally look at any brand of trap and say, you know, they knocked off another brand of some way or the other. You need to get someone to help. Yeah, it's definitely different. Yeah, Mr. Somebody, Duke is still a huge pecan company. They still do a lot of pecans and different kinds of nuts and stuff like that. If you actually go to the website, I think it's Duke Pecan something. Uh, their pecan business is just as big as their trap business. Yeah, just like body grip chips. Yeah, when you get to body grip traps, a lot of them are going to be the same. The big difference on those is usually like the safeties. I feel like a lot of the body grips, the biggest difference between brands is the safeties on them. Adventures James just placed an order. I appreciate it, man. That's why you made a video about snow up here. That's very common. Yeah, see, we don't get snow a whole lot here. Like, we get snow about every year, but it's usually like a dusting, maybe an inch, 2 inches tops, and then every few years we'll get 4 or 5 inches of snow. But see, last year, I remember about a month after I really opened up, we had a pretty good snow. I think we got probably about 5 inches of snow, and it got super, super, super cold here. But that was the biggest snow we'd had in, probably 3 or 4 years at least. And then this year the first snow we had was a little bit over 2 inches. And then we had another snow that was a little over 4 inches. And then this last snow we had was, pushing 9 inches, and we had some snow drifts up to like 16 inches. So it's definitely a whole lot more than we're used to seeing here. Ben, you mean like muskrats? I don't know of anybody in my area that's ever caught or even talked about a muskrat. Yeah, I miss somebody. I knew they'd been around a long time. Duke had been making traps a long time because a lot of like the older time people that I know that trapped back in the day, Duke's is what they started with, and that's what they still use. Yeah, see, I don't use body grip traps. I don't really have a place to trap beaver, and we can't really use them on dry land. So, Ben, all you use is Duke and Victor. I don't have any Victor traps, but I have some. Have a couple number 2 Dukes. Have 4 or 5 number 2 dogless. Uh, I have one number 3 Duke, and then a dozen Duke 650s. But that's all I have for Dukes. I don't have any Victors though. 70s or 80s first Duke trap was 1.5 foot long. Yeah.
Stop feeding the dogs. Please.
James, you set out your muskrat and mink line today. Even found some otter sound. That's awesome. Um, how long does your water season go? Your water trapping season?
Let's put your drink in the fridge. Put it in there.
Kenzie, come here.
Put it right there. Okay, go get Daddy.
Ben said everything closed today,
Okay,
but
give Daddy a
Coyote,
kiss.
Beaver, and Otter.
Go give Daddy a kiss.
Yeah, see, we can still trap water here, but I don't really have anywhere to go do it. Ends March 31st. So you still got, about 6 weeks. What's she eating?
Alright.
Come here. Come here. Kenzie, come here. She wants another one.
She didn't eat that one.
Yeah, she did.
Beaver just ate it.
No, he didn't. I watched her eat it. That's why I asked what she was
She
eating.
spit it out.
Oh. Victor, Blake, and Liam, Anita, and Northwoods are all the big friends.
One more. And then
Yeah, I think
now.
Montana was making traps back then too, weren't they? Cause see, Montana, I don't think Montana really makes a whole lot of traps now. Not like they used to. They're not as, the brand ain't as big as they used to be.
Okay, take that off and give it to Daddy. Okay, go throw that stem away.
Everything ends the 20th except Beaver runs till March 31st. You hoping to get some otter next year? Now, see, I'd love to be able to trap a beaver. I might have to get a hold of Trapper Jay and tell him, hey, this big old boy's gonna come up there and trap him a beaver and a muskrat, so get ready. Tell my wife to grab the tent, we're going.
I'm not sleeping on my bed.
Mark J, you still have a bunch of Northwoods. You still use them, Mark?
Mackenzie.
You have enough time to do some damage? Yeah?
I gave her Zyrtec and Tylenol. And her amoxicillin. Did you see her after a mall?
No.
She just randomly started crying and grabbed her mouth. I think her teeth are hurt.
You know how many otter around here? If you get one, it would go on the wall. Yeah?
You cannot
And why not?
Great.
Say, I'm having a couple furs tanned this year. I have 2 coyotes I'm getting tanned, a fox and a bobcat I'm getting tanned, and possibly a beaver.
If you don't want
Mark,
to put it in the trash.
no, you haven't used them in a while. Ben, you want to look? Look. Come look. Come look.
Look,
No,
baby.
You don't want to look tonight? Look. Is that Kenzie?
Give Daddy.
Hey, have a kiss. Have a night kiss. So sweet. Good night, honey.
Give Daddy a kiss.
Have a kiss. Aww.
Take care.
Aww.
Hello, Beaver.
Look. Look. Is that you? Mama. I love you. Yeah, Ben, I used to be a huge deer hunter. I actually, back in like 2017, 2018, even a lot of 2019, I was
Okay.
in the hunting industry pretty good.
Give Daddy a kiss.
Good night.
Give him a kiss.
Have a kiss.
Not a headbutt.
That's good, night.
Give Daddy a kiss.
Have a kiss.
Kissy.
Good night. Sleep good. But yeah, Ben, so I used to be in the hunting industry pretty good. I went to a couple, went to a hunting expo. I actually went to a couple smaller ones, and then we went to a big one up in Houston, Texas. I went up there with a company and worked their booth with them. I used to be, like I said, I used to be a big hunter, and I used to love hunting. Loved it. And my family started to argue over the farm a lot, so we kind of got to where we couldn't hunt the way that I'd always hunted, the way me and my brother always hunted, because used to it was just me and my brother that hunted the whole family farm. So we could do it the way we wanted, and we'd always, manage it very well, and we'd get it to where we'd have big bucks, and, I've shot a couple decent bucks and one really good buck, and then the family started getting, a lot of the uncles got jealous. My brother, he shot a buck that was 197 inches. And after that, the family just, really started getting jealous pretty much and fighting and arguing. Well, then the year after that year, they made it to where, people could only hunt certain sections of the farm. And then after that, I decided I just wasn't going to hunt no more. I was just going to go out and shoot, whatever came by, have some meat, and I'd be done with it. Well, then the fighting with the family continued, and then they ended up splitting up the farm and selling it, and now there's houses all over it. So now I don't really hunt. I'll go out maybe 1 or 2 days and try to shoot 2 or 3 deer for meat, and that's about it. But I used to be a really big hunter, and used to be most of my life was hunting and running trail cameras and feeding and mineral spots, and I can tell you just about anything that does with deer hunting. I love it, and the way my family did it, I kind of lost my interest and passion for it. And then I started trapping, and now trapping is my entire life. I'll never, even when I get my own farm and I can hunt it the way I love to hunt it, hunting is still not going to be what trapping is to me now. I absolutely love trapping. I would rather trap than do anything. He borrowed a bunch of Northwood traps last year from his stepbrother to buy them, but he won't sell them or sell traps. Yeah. I've never used a Northwood. I've never really even messed with one. Bruce, you have a pack of 10 otters on the river. See them once in a while when I'm fishing. That's sweet, man. Hope you catch a couple of them. James, you caught your first 2 otters 2 weeks when you started to trap. That's awesome. Blake and Liam used to make some good long swings. Yeah, PA. If you're able to go to any conventions, that's where you're really going to pick up some of the older traps that lots of people love. For not very much at all. Most of the conventions I went to this year, you could find like double long springs, number threes and fours all day long for 10, 12 bucks a piece. Ben, I did both. I did a lot of bow hunting, but uh, rifle season for my family for years was like a holiday. It was like a national holiday. Me and my brother used to. It's funny at my school. I went to a private school, and we used to have once a month we'd have like a store day, and basically throughout the month or the year or whatever, you could uh, you earned like points or shares for different things you did, and they would have a store every month, and then you could use those points to buy stuff at the store. Well, me and my brother talked our teacher into doing a day off of school, $500 for one day off school. Well, me and my brother, we would save our points throughout the whole school year, and we would use them all to buy as many days off as we could. And normally we would have 3 or 4 days we could buy to have off school, and we would use those for rifle season. But I had a my uncle. He always had deer camp, and me and my brother would always spend all of deer season that we had off school and the weekends at deer camp with him. And then one of my good friends, he I you know he I can there's two people that I consider like my grandpas, and he was one of them. And he was always at deer camp, and deer camp when I was a kid was something that I loved, and I absolutely miss everything about it. But yeah, I did a lot of bow hunting, a lot of rifle hunting. Uh, as always, I took a lot more deer with the rifle than I did with the bow. Now I don't even bow hunt. I kind of lost most interest to hunt, so I just go out 1 or 2 days with the rifle and shoot as many as I can for meat, and I'm done with it. All right, Adventures with James. Thanks for hopping on here tonight. Hope you have a good night, man. You got a 12 understand? That's the first with a bow. That's awesome, Ben. PA, I hope you do catch some couple otter. All right, Mark J. Appreciate you hopping on here tonight, man. Hope you have a good night. Yeah, trapping's like Christmas every day. You never know what you're gonna get. You have to cram Christmas and get skunked. Yeah, I love trapping. It's definitely a whole lot different. I just, I know it's hard to really explain in words, but I love everything about trapping. I love the work that you have to put into it, the dedication that it takes to run a good trap line. I love it. I love not knowing if I have something, and then the excitement of having something. Um, so, if you guys watch my videos, you can tell like when I caught the bobcat and the fox, that you can tell in my voice that I get really excited about that stuff. Right where a bunch of active otter dens are. Got one. That's very nice. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, a lot of people catch otters accidentally with their 330s. I know a lot of people that can't trap otters and have to turn them into the DNR. I was hoping Scab was going to be able to get on here tonight. Yeah, you got to turn yours in, unfortunately. Yeah. So a lot of people have to turn them in. It sucks. It's crazy, you know. You hear about all these people catching, 3 or 4 otter every year by accident that they have to turn in. It's like, if you have that many otter, why don't you just make it in season? Raise the limits, whatever. Yeah, let's see. Uh, Montana Wolf Trapper. I did a live. Maybe it was I think it was Sunday night that he did it. Maybe it was yesterday. I think it was Sunday, and Scab was on there. It seems like the last couple lives that I've done, Scab's hopped on for like the last 20, 30 minutes. He misses the first hour or so. I mean, I understand. It gets busy. Like I said, I started this live a lot earlier than I normally do. Usually it's about 9, 9:30 when I start my lives.
It's like now.
Yeah, that's how I was, PA. I watched probably the last 10 minutes of his live. That's all I got to catch. Yeah. See, it's funny, Bruce, because, I mean, if you turn a otter into the DNR, they sell them. They're not just going to keep them, they sell them. So, I mean, I don't know, it's hard. It's kind of like the places that, they can trap coyotes, but they're not allowed to trap bobcats. Well, how many times do you see them letting bobcats go? Because they're not allowed to trap bobcat, or maybe they're only allowed 1 or 2, but yet they catch 5 or 6 and have to let them all go. It's crazy. It's like, if your population's that high, raise your limits, make them in season, whatever. I understand if you don't have very many, but if you're having, you know, from what I see, at least 5 or 6 people per state that catch 4 or 5 bobcats that have to let them go every time. It's like, you have a population there. So, maybe if you're not allowing people to trap bobcats, allow them to trap 1 or 2. If they can trap 2 or 3, allow them 5 or 6. Here in Missouri, we have unlimited number of bobcats. I think Nebraska has an unlimited number of bobcats. Illinois, I think you're allowed 1 in Illinois, and I think you have to have tag for it, but you're allowed 1. And I don't think the whole state's allowed 1. I think there's just certain areas, like Iowa. Iowa, I think you're allowed a couple in Iowa, but it's by like county or region. I think there's some places in Iowa that you're not allowed bobcat, but I might be wrong on that. Yeah, it's crazy. Like Nebraska, they had their first otter season this year. They're allowing 1 otter, and a lot of the people I know in Nebraska that trapped water or trapped for an otter caught their first one in just a couple of days.
I added something to the Amazon order.
I bet you did.
No, I did. It's only $9.
That's $8.99 too much.
Actually,
Yeah. Yes, I mean one
that's
bobcat
10.
and 1 otter. That's more than that. Yeah, it's crazy, PA. Some places are weird. So I said, I feel like Missouri is a whole lot more lenient than a lot of states. But then there's some things that I don't fully agree with, like the fact that we can't use the 220 on land, the fact that we can't use snares, uh, you can't trap public ground, uh, You can only use, like, on conservation areas, you can only use dog-proof traps, and you have to have a special permit to do that in Missouri. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of modern places, and most states, when they finally allow people to trap whatever animal, usually it's already so bad at that point. It's like, I don't know. Uh, it's like a lot of your northern uh, states that have lots of wolf, and they don't allow people to trap wolf. Uh, I think I heard somebody say the other day that Wisconsin uh, made it illegal again to trap wolves. So it's crazy. Uh, there's some states you can't trap mountain lion that have tons of mountain lion. You know, a guy in Nebraska, and he got 3 coyotes and a couple chicks. It's awesome. Yeah, for sure. Can't let one guy ruin it for him. Yeah, PA, but they do. You know, when you're talking about the PETA people and whatnot, they're looking for that one guy. That one guy is the one that fits their agenda. They want the one guy that's not doing something right, because then they can blow that up and ruin it for everybody. Yeah, my best coyote day this year, Ben, I caught 3 coyotes in one day. Yeah, Bruce, over on TikTok, there's a guy that I talk to a lot on live videos and stuff. His name's Trapper Billy, and he's from Canada. And he says that a lot of the people up there are making it hard to do different things. I guess there's a place up there where they're trying to make it illegal to trap coyotes. Yeah, Ben, I heard that a couple days ago that Montana passed a law to where you can hunt wolves from, like, a helicopter now. You know, there's a lot of them states that, I mean, have just horrible, horrible, horrible problems with wolves. Uh, I heard a thing a while back. I can't remember what state it was, but it's one of the northwestern states that a lot of the farmers in this county had put up money to start a bounty on wolves. Well, they were paying people, I think it was like $1,000 per wolf. If you killed it, they would pay you $1,000 because they were having such a hard time with the wolves, with their cattle. And they said a lot of times their fences would get knocked down because wolves would be chasing elk, and the elk would just run through their fences and tear them down, and then all their cattle and stuff would get out. So they started putting out this bounty money on wolves. The 1 in a year fishery by the time they change it. Yeah, it's crazy. That's what I said, you know, normally when they finally allow people to do something, it's, you know, the problem's already happened. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about wolves is wolves are, you know, a lot of people look at wolves at, you know, this awesome, cool thing, you know, like werewolves and stuff like that. But wolves, I mean, they can kill stuff so fast. Wolves are huge. You know, wolves can take down cows like they're nothing, elk, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, Bruce, coyotes kill a lot of the fawns. Seen something the other day that said on an average year, when deer are dropping their fawns, one coyote can eat 19 fawns. or not really eat, but kill 19 fawns. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard that the California judge. It's crazy the laws, because I mean, you can hear a couple of states that are like absolutely trying to ban everything, and then there'll be a couple states that are opening up everything. It's just crazy. Like a Jeep fan, he's telling me in Florida, they're changing a lot of the trapping laws in Florida to where they can allow a lot of stuff that they've never been able to use before. And then you go 2 states over, and they're doing the exact opposite. They're trying to get rid of everything that you can use. And in Tennessee, North Carolina, on stupid on the kayak kills. Yeah, I was steady. Yeah, that's what I was reading. They said that an average year, one coyote could kill 17 or 19 fawns. That's crazy. And then people don't realize that there's a problem with it. They're like, oh, well, they're just, that's what they were made to do. It's like, really? It's like me trapping and dispatching one coyote is a problem, but a coyote killing 19 fawns, that's not a problem? Okay. Whatever, Karen. It is what it is. Yeah. It's crazy. Actually, you make fun of that. I have this in my pocket. Let's see here. So I was helping my mom, and she found these in her shop and told me to take them. Just some plastic shads, fishing shads. If you get any plastic baits like this, just look at them. And on the back, somewhere, it'll say in California did it. It'll say causes cancer. Where is it? Yeah, right there on the warning. I don't know if the camera will pick it up, but and it says causes cancer. And California's the ones that did that. Rapala. I did not know that these were made in Finland. Learn something every day, I guess. Storm. Storm is made by Rapala Corp. in Finland. That's crazy. As a student of history, I've read numerous journals, pioneers, and explorers about their experiences with wolves. There's a good reason we hunted them to extinction. Yeah, wolves are crazy. I know every um, insect, animal, critter of any kind has its purpose, but they all need to be managed. Everything needs to be managed. Anything from deer to turkey to fish, to honeybees to wasps, snakes. Everything has its purpose, and everything has something good about it, but they all need to be managed somehow. And that's something about a guy recorded a coyote den, and the mother took 14 phones to her. Yeah. No, definitely not this man. Because here's the thing. If you, the problems you see in like coyotes with like mange, or you see in deer with CWD or blue tongue or stuff like that. If you absolutely take out all those, then you're going to start seeing problems with, your turkeys are going to start having deformities or diseases or so there is reasons for everything, but everything needs managed. If that makes sense. Everything causes cancer, but all the jet chemical trails. Yeah, it's crazy when you get to like California and stuff. Uh, they don't want you using this stuff because it can cause cancer. But they'll fly over with the airplanes and drop like what's it, bug killers and stuff on their uh, crops. It's like, so me touching this is gonna give me cancer, but you dumping chemicals out of the air isn't gonna give me cancer. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Ben. Okay. Yeah, it's just crazy. What I'm saying, what's sad about most states, especially like California, is you have, 3 cities in that state that make all the decisions for the entire state. You know, Illinois, that everything that happens in that state, all those decisions are made by Chicago. Um, you get to Missouri, even here in Missouri, a lot of our decisions come from Kansas City and St. Louis, mainly because when they do statewide voting, most of the population are in those couple cities. That's just crazy. That's why they created the electoral college votes, and it's not done by vote. Because if it was done by vote, I mean, California would basically choose everything for the whole country. We used to have a really good turkey population. Yeah. See, a lot of times, like, people will say, oh, we used to have a lot of turkeys, but we don't have them anymore. Or we used to have quail. We used to have pheasants. We just don't have them anymore. Well, there's a reason. It's not because they just up and left. Uh, so, it's one of the things, if you start trapping your nest predators, especially like your raccoons and your possums, you start trapping your bobcats or cats, you're going to start seeing a lot more, you're going to start seeing a whole lot more of your birds and stuff like that. Hey, PC, how you doing? Thank you, Bruce. Got tons of beaver here. You should come up here and trap them. Where are you at, Ben? Does anybody else see that spam comment? I've tried to delete it and it won't let me for some reason. Oh, it just popped up. It's been deleted by me. How stupid is that? YouTube's slacking tonight. To tell your parents what have I shipped? Sent you a fleshing knife. PA, you deleted it. I tried. I clicked on it like 3 times and it kept saying this service is not available or something. And it's like, what the? Northeast Kansas. I mean, that's not a real long drive. I'm trying to think. Depending on what part, I'd say 3 hours maybe.
What part is it from?
Northeast Kansas, the northeast corner. Northeast corner. I don't know. Northeast Kansas. Or tried to YouTube for me. Yeah. I tried to delete it a couple times and it kept saying it wasn't available. You're welcome, PC man. I seen you talking, and we're talking about needing a few things, so we'll see what we can do to help you out. No one in your community is mentioned trapping, but they talk about how much the population is going. Yeah, it's Bruce. It's crazy when you start talking about trapping. Um, I used to not think there was a whole lot of people in my area that trapped, but having the supply business, I'm having people all the time call me from 15, 20 minutes away, asking me if I'm open because they need something. I'm like, really? Well, that's cool. You trap. Just blows my mind. There's people that I knew personally already. I didn't know trapped. It's like that's crazy. It's awesome you trap, man. Yeah, so there's an hour north of Topeka. No way northeast. PA, yeah. Just needed to tell my parents have a good day.
I don't really look up restaurants.
Alright, you're good, PC. Appreciate you hopping in, and I hope you catch that kayak you're going after
4 hours.
on that real estate property. Oh, you're 15 minutes from Nebraska. Yeah, Ben, you're probably in between 4 and 5 hours from me then.
The Topeka guy is 4 hours.
And how far is Topeka from us?
4 hours.
Yeah, he's an hour farther.
What town?
I don't know. He's an hour north of Topeka. Yeah. Ben, if you're that close to the Nebraska line, you're fairly close to Trapper J. Uh, yeah, Ben, you're not too far away from a couple of the trapping conventions. I think Kansas, their convention last year wouldn't have been probably 2 hours from you. Ground is frozen, falling solid this morning. Elbow still hurts for busting a couple of trap heads in. Yeah, I understand that. Uh, there's a few days that here, I mean, it was like impossible trying to get a hole dug up in the ground. Yeah, Ben, the Nebraska convention this year is going to be uh, close to Omaha. So it's probably only a couple hours from you. Hershey's, yeah. Uh, I've been there. Uh, I've hyperextended my elbow before, throwing wood. We were splitting wood, and I was just grabbing it and throwing it in the back of the truck. And one of them was a little heavier, and I hyperextended my elbow. And yeah, that felt great for about a week. Royal King has some trapping supplies, but there's no supply store 2 hours from me. That's crazy, Bruce. Yeah, see, I'd say I'd have to have like a trapping supply specific. Uh, I'd have to drive probably at least 3.5, 4 hours. Uh, but we have a few farm stores that, carry a handful of Duke traps, and that's about it. We have a Bass Pro that's only about 30 minutes away, but they hardly ever have anything. Omaha's 3 hours. You only had 3 weeks frozen ground. Uh, we didn't even have that of like completely frozen ground. We had a couple days maybe. Because usually when it gets like, you know, 10 or even in the teens, we'll have 1, maybe 2 days that it's like that. So it's never long enough for the ground to completely get frozen. But we had about 4 days this year where it was really cold and the ground got really, really hard. Ben, I don't really have a preference when it comes to that. I use a lot of round and square draws, so I don't really have a preference, really. Uh, the Duke 650 is a round type draw. It's kind of like an oval, I think, more. But I really like that trap and also like the number 2 Douglas, Bridger and Duke, so I don't really have a preference. I like both. So if you guys have any questions for me, go ahead and let me know. I'll answer any questions I can the best that I can. I don't know if Scab's going to be able to get on tonight. Think round draw will close faster. I don't know. You missed the Bobcat due to frozen peat. That's what I want to last time. That's crazy. I haven't had peat moss freeze up on me yet. Usually when I have a problem with freezing is because, and I've quit doing it now, is I'd always put peat moss down, put my trap, and then cover my trap in peat moss. And then I was like grabbing dirt and just putting a real thin layer to blend it in. Well, that real thin layer would freeze and it would freeze my trap up. So it wasn't the peat moss that was doing it, it was that blending layer that I put on top. So I quit doing that, and after I quit doing that, I wasn't having any problems. Yeah. Okay. Um, I'd like to, man. That's a long ways away. I've been in town for 3+ weeks, many rainy days. Yeah, let's say usually peat moss. You're good with peat moss unless you get like, a thunderstorm where you get like 2 inches of rain. Now that you're gonna have a problem with peat moss because peat moss is real light, and a lot of times that'll just wash your peat moss away. We only had this whole trapping season. We had a few days where it kind of sprinkled and whatnot, but we only had one day where it actually we had a significant amount of rain, and it wasn't really enough to bother me, but for maybe a day or two. Yeah, just dry peat, let it dry a few weeks, make a dirt hole under trap drainage, and it's gonna be good weather freezing. Yeah. See, I don't even use salt. I just use peat moss. I always just dig my bed out, get my trap set in there good, pull my trap out, put peat moss down, put my trap in the peat moss, kind of wiggle it around into the peat moss, and then I'll cover my trap completely in peat moss, and then I'm good to go. Did I hear about? Yes, Ben, I heard about that. Last I heard, he still had like 3 months that he was needed doing. Uh, Forgot to tell him that Trapper J got one of his pictures done. I don't know how many of you guys seen Trapper J's video that he did. It was like Saturday night of saving the cats. If you haven't seen that, go watch that. That'll definitely you'll learn a lot about Trapper J on that video. Ben, most of the time your sets aren't going to be in the ground long enough for salt to have any kind of effect to them. I dropped all my traps. We got so much rain in my truck. Yeah, I can drive to about all my traps. There's a lot of people you'll hear say that if you have to get out of your truck to check your trap, you're trapping too hard. And most of my traps, I put 12 to 14 inches right off the road. Not very many do I get off the road. Uh, the only ones I had off the road this year were where I found that big buck. I found dead. I put a couple sets where the carcass was, and that's where I ended up catching the 4 coyotes in 5 days. And putting grass clippings on peat, top of peat, because these fox don't want to go nowhere near black dirt in the snow. Yeah. Uh, yeah. In the snow is a lot different. A lot of the what I do, PA, when you're talking about peat moss, is if my peat moss, if the color is like absolutely completely different than the surrounding area, is I'll cover my trap with the peat moss, and then I'll take peat moss and kind of throw behind the trap so it looks like something was digging, and then that different colored dirt, which is the peat moss, is just like dirt that was dug up and thrown. So I'll, instead of trying to blend in the whole area, I'll just throw peat moss uh, backwards for my trap, so it looks like something was digging and throwing the dirt. Uh, for See, Ben, most of the time your traps aren't in the ground for 4 months. A lot of people pull their sets or whatever, but I've never heard anybody having problems with their traps with salt. But usually when I hear problems with using salt on your traps is deer. You boil and die. Here's at the end of the year, so salt don't last that much. Yeah. Yeah, I don't use salt on my traps. He took them. Yeah, I seen him shoot a shed. He's shot that shed many times. Yeah, he said he was gonna take the video down. He said that like 30 times during the video. Yeah, he did a lot of shooting that night. What do I dye my traps with? The first year I trapped. See, I've only trapped 2 years. If that's most of you might know that because I've talked about it a couple times. But the first year I used logwood dye to dye my traps, and that worked really, really, really well. This year I did not dye my traps at all. Uh, Most of them I boiled in vinegar and then cleaned them off real good, and then I just let them sit and dry for like a day or two, and then I dipped them in Zepp's floor wax, and I used them that way, and then I ended up spray painting like 5 or 6 traps and setting them out just to kind of see how the animals reacted to spray painted traps. And I had one trap that I spray painted that I caught a uh, raccoon in, and then I caught a coyote in. So with the spray paint, I didn't have, it did all right. I didn't have any negative effects to it. The only thing I didn't like is it didn't last very long. So like when I caught the raccoon, the raccoon rubbed half the paint off of the trap. So that is what it is, and that also had a lot to do with what paint I used. I used real cheap spray paint. So if I do it again, I'll definitely get a different paint. Usually don't either do it today on view because it's supposed to get freezing rain Thursday night. Yeah, I get that, PA. Is that floor wax? Yeah, it's just it's it's floor wax. Like it's a heavy duty floor wax that you literally just wax your floors with. You can get it at Lowe's and some of your hardware stores and whatnot. But it's it's a lot like Full Metal Jacket trap dye or trap dip. I've never used Full Metal Jacket, but I've heard a lot of people say that it's basically the same thing. It leaves like a nice coat. It's the floor wax you use more or less like to replace your wax. Like instead of waxing your traps, you just use the Zeb's floor wax, and it works pretty good. Uh, Again, I don't think it heard. I heard. Good word. I don't think it lasted real long. Uh, I've heard a lot of people say that it works fine and lasts a long time for them. But then again, I only dipped my traps once, so next time I'll probably dip them twice. Uh, dip them in floor wax and let them sit for a day or so, and then dip them again. Or I think I just answered the question if I answered it. But again, it worked really good. It worked really well. It was simple to use. Um, it looked really good. I liked it, but I don't think it lasted real long. But then again, I think if I would have dipped them twice, I probably had a better outcome to it. You boil them in walnut holes and let it sit in the water for a week. Yeah, I really like the logwood dye. You can get a pound bag for $4, and you can do easily like 2 to 3 dozen traps with it, and it don't take 10 minutes. You just mix it with water, boil it, throw your traps in there for 4 or 5 minutes, pull them out, and let them dry, and they're dyed, ready to go. Yeah, say logwood dye. I really like logwood dye. You can get brown or black in the logwood. Do you think gun blowing would dye a trap okay? Uh, I imagine I've never used it or really heard of anybody doing it. I think the gun blowing would be pretty expensive compared to a lot of things you could use. And like I said, there's a lot of people that don't even dye their traps anymore. Never heard of anybody using floor wax for. Yeah, it's the last couple of years. There's been lots and lots and lots of people using it, and that's why I decided to get it, use it this year. And I know lots of people that have used it and had success with it. So watch out, like brown clip, dip it, blooms way better than black and white. Yeah. Yeah, logwood dye is great, and like I said, it's fairly cheap. You can easily dye 3 dozen traps for $4, so it's pretty cheap. Yeah, PA. When I waxed my traps, the way I did it is I had me a pot of water, and I would boil that water, and then I would just put. I wouldn't put a lot of wax in there. I think we did that year. We did like a dozen and a half traps, maybe 2 dozen tops. I don't really remember. Um, and I don't even think we used a quarter of a pound of wax. But we just took a knife and cut slivers off the wax and put it in the water. And when the wax melted in the water, the wax would float on top. And then you would dip your trap in to the water, and you let your trap sit in the water for 20, 30 seconds to where it gets nice and hot, and then pull it up through that wax, and that wax is gonna like coat your chain, your trap, and everything perfectly. I know a lot of people, they'll buy like 5 pounds of wax and throw it all into a pot and melt the entire pot, That's a way you can do it, but that's also a way you can, start a fire. A lot of people will start fires that way because you got to be real specific on your temperature when you're doing it like that. I just find it a lot more um, price efficient and time efficient to use water. I mean, like I said, you can do a pot of water with a quarter pound of wax or a third pound wax and do a couple dozen traps. So, if I want to do 5 dozen traps, I'll throw half a pound of wax in the water and do it. And if I get to where I need more wax, I'll throw it in there. But there's not really a reason to go buy 5, 10, 15 pounds of wax and melt it all in a pot. That's how, I mean, I don't even know how long that's going to take. That's probably going to take an hour minimum to get that much wax melted in a pot. I mean, it's the way I've always done it. There's millions and millions of ways to do it. Use bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, I've heard is a lot like Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, Herb, see, like the Zepp's floor wax, it's white. It's a milky color. It's real white. But when you dip your traps, it's dry as like clear. Now, you don't want to like leave puddles on your trap at all. Like when you dip it, you want to, bounce it, shake it a little bit. Like you don't want to leave puddles of it on your trap, but when it dries, it's clear. Yeah, that works better. Just remember to clean wax off pan. Trigger. Fire overnight. I learned that the work way. Yeah. And say, as I said, this year I didn't wax my traps at all. And like those Duke 650s, when I got them, um, I'm sure some of you seen the video. But when I was going to check traps that day, I was supposed to get I was supposed to get the 650s that day, and I waited until like 1 o'clock, and I just got impatient. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go check my traps, or yeah, go check my traps. I'll hope that the traps come in tomorrow, later today, and I can set them. But when I got to the end of the driveway, he passed me, so I turned around, went and got the traps off the truck. I threw the box of traps in the back of my truck, went to the property, and was pulling the traps out of the box, putting my anchor on, putting them in the ground. I didn't wax them, I didn't boil them, I didn't clean them, I didn't do anything. I didn't dye them, I just pulled them straight out of the box, put them in the ground. And at least, I'd say 70% of my catches this year were on those traps. Uh, I had a couple like first night, second night catches on those traps, and I didn't do anything. The bobcat I caught, the set that I put in a 650 that day. Nothing done to it, no boil, no wax, no dye. Didn't clean it. I didn't wipe the oil off the trap or nothing. I just stuck the trap in the ground, and I caught a bobcat that night. So, 2 days later, I had a coyote. So, actually, no, I had a coyote the same day. So, I had a first night catch with a bobcat and a coyote that night, and I didn't do anything to the trap. So, I'm not gonna be the person that tells you you have to boil and clean the traps, power wash them, uh, dye them, wax them. If that's the way you do it and you like doing it, keep doing it. Don't way just because someone else is doing it in a different way. If that's the way you do it and you have success with it, keep doing it. So that's just my opinion. Uh, I just I don't think it's all necessary. I know a lot of people like doing it. I do like dyeing my traps just to help um, maintain the longevity of my trap. All right, Bruce, man, I appreciate it. Thanks for hopping on tonight. Hope you have a good night, man. And say if you guys have any questions ever, at any time, just ask me. I'll answer them as truthfully as I can and the best that I can. I'm not the person that's going to uh, lie about an answer to your question to try to get you to buy a certain thing or use a certain thing. Uh, that's just my opinion. I know a lot of people are completely different than that. And I see that a lot, like when you're going to the conventions and you're watching people do demos. Uh, it's really cool to see most of the people that do demos that are not spending the whole time talking about their product. You know, like Kendall Overmar, when he does his demo. He's a bait and lure maker. He also makes his own traps and he makes a bunch of trapping tools and stuff. When he does his demo, he does not talk about that like hardly at all. If people have questions, he'll answer them, but he doesn't talk about it. He doesn't talk about how great his trap is and the reason why he uses it. He don't talk about all that stuff. Uh, Bruce Rhodes, when he does his demos, he doesn't talk about his baits. You know, if somebody has a question, he'll answer it. And he might say one time that this is my preferred bait. This is what I use, but he's not gonna spend the whole time talking about it. And in my eyes, that means a lot to see these people that make their own stuff, but don't just hammer people into trying to buy that stuff. And uh, you bought some new traps last year, set them in the ground last couple weeks trapping. Yeah, I like the way dye traps look. Yeah, I say dyeing traps will definitely help the traps last longer and help the longevity of them. Oh, Internet Veteran, how you doing tonight? Doing good. Just kind of talking, hanging out, seeing how everybody's doing tonight. Seeing if I can help anybody out with any questions that they might have or whatever. Kind of see how everybody's trapping lines are going. How you doing tonight? Watching with your daughter? Well, I appreciate it. Means a lot. I appreciate all you guys. I know I've said it 100 times, and some of you are probably tired of hearing it, but I can't thank all of you enough. You guys are the reason I get to do what I do. Yes, it's a lot of work, and there's a lot of things that go on that people don't see or know about. But if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. Period. That's the truth behind it. Uh, I thank you guys and have more respect for you guys than you guys probably ever know. Definitely more than I'll ever be able to repay to you guys. I try my best. I I try to. I'm trying to do stuff different than most trapping supply companies because it's hard to when you're talking about a trapping supply company. It's hard to uh, offer different things than everybody else because when you come to traps, you only have so many different traps you can buy or sell or whatever. So I try to do different. Um, Definitely like doing like. All right, PA. I appreciate it, man. Hope you have a good night. But yeah, I I try to do different. That's why I've kind of started the social media big time. I've 90 to 95% of my business that I do for the supply business is on Facebook. That's where I grew it at. I've only been doing YouTube really for 3 months probably. Uh, so my phone just reconnected the video for whatever reason. Not much. Yeah. But I am trying to I want to get to know my customers more. I want to have more of like a personal relationship with a lot of you guys and get a lot of feedback from you guys one on one to know what you guys think, how I can improve it, what you guys would like to see. All right, PA. We'll see you, man. Thanks for hopping on tonight and chatting with us. So, I'm gonna help everybody out as much as I can. Uh, I think that's one of the things that I need to do most is with this is uh, help everybody that out I can. Whether it's with information or whatever. Kids, I love helping kids out. There's a bunch of what do they call them? Trapping clinics, I think is what most of them call them for kids and whatnot. I've donated a lot of supplies and stuff to those to help out. With whatever to help the kids get more equipment or baits and lures to use, whatever it is. That's what I want to do. I want to be able to help people out. I want to help people be able to help other people out. Whether it be kids learning to trap, teaching them the as a lot of people call it, the secrets of trapping. So that's what I want to do. I want to be able to help as much as I can. So that's just what I do, and that's why there's been a lot of people that's helped me a lot. Like Trapper Jay, he's helped me a ton. Uh, so I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody. But like I said, if you guys have any questions for me, just go ahead and ask. Let me know. I'll answer any questions you guys have the best that I can. And I'll tell you guys exactly how it is. I'm not gonna water something down, and I'm not gonna lie to you about something. So, but yeah, internet veteran. I try the most I can. I appreciate you saying that. I've noticed a lot of companies, trapping supply companies. Most of them are not very, I'd say, very active on social media. There's a few like Hoosier Trap Supply. They're very active on YouTube and Facebook. But there's a lot of companies that it's really hard to get a hold of them. You can call them, and a lot of times they don't answer. You can email them; they don't email you back. Uh, I know a lot of that has to do with like Minnesota, F&T. Those are really big companies that get lots of orders, have lots of employees. So sometimes it's hard for them to talk to everybody, and most of the time they do the best they can. But me being a small guy, I want to have that personal relationship, and that's what I really liked about the conventions. I could actually stand there and talk to people face to face to actually hear people's opinions and what they think, and it helps a lot. I learned that a lot when I had my outdoor store when I opened it up. There was a lot of products and stuff like that I brought in that I thought was something that would do really well, or a lot of people would be wanting, and a lot of that stuff I was wrong. So when you're actually interacting with the customers, you can learn a whole lot more about what they want and help them get what they need. So I love helping my customers out one on one. I do a lot of orders. A lot of my orders that I do are on Facebook Messenger. I'll talk to people on Facebook for hour, 2 hour, 3 hours before they actually order anything because I want to make sure I get them what they need. I have people all the time messaging me, "Hey, I want to trap coyotes. What do I need?" Or I was on this Facebook group and I seen this and that's what I want to get. And I'll kind of talk to these people about what they actually need, what they don't need, what they could use, what would work best in their situation or their area. So it definitely helps a lot of people out when there's someone like me that's able and willing to take the time to help them out. Because if people were wanting to get into trapping and they just went on F&T, they wouldn't have any idea what really to order. I mean, because it's confusing even to people that have trapped for a long time. A lot of these websites, when you're talking about, 8 different brands of traps, 15 different sizes, and the laminations, the offsets, the regular jaws, 2 core, 4 core. A lot of people, especially beginners, have no idea what that means. They don't know what inside outside lamination is. They don't know what offset jaw, regular jaw. They don't know what 2 core, 4 core means. They don't know the difference between a number 2 trap and a number 3 trap. So when there's someone, that they can easily contact like me, and I'll help them even if I don't have what they need. I've recommended people to F&T a lot in Minnesota, and I've recommended people to Trap Shed. I've recommended people to Iron Trail. So even Funky, I've sent quite a few people to Funky. So I'm not all about buy from me. I'm going to help people out the best that I can, even if it means they do their business with another company. If that's better for them, I'm going to tell them that. I'm not just looking for the every order I can, all the money I can. I'm here to help people. However, if I can help them through my business, through my company, what I have, awesome. But if I know F&T has something I don't that could help them more, I'm going to tell them, go get it from F&T because they have it better, or they can get it a little cheaper, whatever. So that's the way I am. A lot of companies might not see that as the way it should be, but yeah, internet veteran. The problem with the alpha, and I talked to quite a few trap suppliers about this, and uh, Minnesota really, I won't say screwed or hurt a lot of smaller companies like myself, but when Minnesota came out with the alpha, they were talking about coming out with it for the 2021 season. And I had emailed them, and I know quite a few suppliers that emailed them about when the traps would be available because, we had customers wanting them. And they told everybody, they told me like the end of September. They said end of September we'll have them available. I said awesome. I had like 6 customers lined up that wanted to buy, half a dozen or a dozen of the alpha traps. I actually had 3 customers that wanted to buy like 1 or 2 alpha traps to try out. So when I was at the NTA, I actually bought some alphas. I paid full price for them, and then I um, charged retail to the customers that wanted them. I lost money on those, but I wanted to help the customer out. I wanted to build that relationship with them. So if I lose $5 a trap or whatever, but I'm helping them out, great, because maybe next time they'll appreciate what I did, and next time they need something, they'll contact me again. So, but anyway, when Minnesota finally came out with the MB trap and offered it on their website, I went to order them because I had quite a few people wanting them, and I was going to order 6 dozen. Well, when they popped up on the website, it said, maximum order 2 dozen, please. I was like, okay, well, whatever, I'll just order 2 dozen then. Well, I went to order 2 dozen, and they didn't have a price for them. They didn't have a dealer pricing on them. Well, I ended up going to the Oklahoma convention, and Jeb with Okie Trap Supply, he was there, and I was talking to him about them, and he said the same thing, that he had a lot of customers ready to buy them because they wanted to buy, whatever, a dozen, 6, 1, to try them out, and he had a lot of customers that were ready to buy them, and then they didn't offer them to dealers. Uh, so they kind of, screwed a lot of us over because I had a lot of customers that I told that, hey, I'll have these traps, you know, uh, by the beginning of October, the middle of October at the latest, I'll have these traps. So they were waiting on me to get them. Well, when I went to get them, well, MB Minnesota decided to not offer those traps to any dealers. So now we have to go through and tell all of our customers, hey, we can't get these traps. You need to go to Minnesota and get them. Well, we lost out on a lot of business because of that. And I was talking to Jeb with Oki, and he said the same thing, that he had a lot of customers that were wanting to buy them, and he had to tell them, I can't get them. And he did the same thing. He was at the Missouri convention, and he had a couple customers wanting to buy some, and he said, I'll pick a couple dozen up at the Missouri convention. Well, he picked them up, but they wouldn't come off the retail price, so he had to pay the $2.79 a dozen on them, and that's what he sold them for. So lost money, but a good company will do that for their customers. But it's just crazy. Herb, when it comes to the no BS, I really want to start selling them, and I have a way to get them now. I just I don't have I guess you say the money right now to go get you know $7,000-8,000 worth of traps. So hopefully soon I can do that, or if I might run like a pre-order where people can order some traps and then I'll go get them. But I don't really like doing that. We did that with the Trapper J's Predator kits and Raccoon kits. I did a pre-order on those, and we've sold a couple of the Predator kits that are on pre-order now. So I actually just got the baits from Trapper J today. So hopefully, right here. So hopefully, the next, I have some stuff coming. I think tomorrow, hopefully. So I'm gonna shoot for Monday. I'll have everything for the Predator and Raccoon kits to be able to ship them out same day order. So, but I don't like to do that so much. But if I have to, I will. I was hoping to get the no BS traps last year. I actually had a order put in with Kindle, um, but I ended up having heart problems in June, and that put a damper on a lot of things. So I had to get hold of Kindle and cancel my order. And Kindle's cool. He understood, so I'm glad about that. But I actually got to talk to him at like 4 conventions last year, 3 or 4. But uh,
All of Oklahoma and
Iowa.
Iowa.
Yeah, but
The second Iowa.
this year I'm hoping to get them. So I'll see what I can do as quick as I can. Internet veteran, I don't have to place a large order with them, but the place that I have that I can go get them, uh, for me to want to go get them, I guess I should say, like I don't want to have to drive 2 or 3 hours to go get 3 or 4 dozen traps. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Uh, and the no BS traps are a little pricier than most, so if you're talking $6,000, you're not really talking a whole lot of traps. You might be talking 20 dozen traps. Uh, you know, that could be something, I could post them on the website and sell 20 dozen traps in, 2, 3 weeks. Or I could sell 5 dozen traps in, 3 months. It's hard to tell. And as little as I am, it's hard to do that because, a lot of my supplies I get from Minnesota. And what's great about them is I can order. I don't have to order just a bunch of one thing. I can order $7,000 or $8,000 of everything. So I can get, traps, tools, baits, lures, urine, all kinds of stuff, whatever I need added into that. So when it comes to shipping, I, as a business, to make it, where I can make a little money on it, I need to be able to order a pallet of stuff. Well, when you're talking about traps, it's hard for me to say I want to order $5,000 of just this one thing. If I want to order just the Canine Junior, the Canine Extreme, the dog proof, and then the no BS Beaver trap. That's 4 traps right there, and I'm gonna spend $5,000, $6,000 just on those 4 traps. It's hard for me to do being as small as I am, but hopefully soon I'll have them. Yeah, I miss somebody. I definitely love. Last year I got invited at every one of the conventions I was at to do a demo. Uh, I respectively turned them all down because it doesn't have anything to do with me being shy, being in front of people or talking or anything. It was more or less like I hadn't had time in the last 2 years to trap. I trapped the 2018 season and then the 2021 season. The 2 years in between, I didn't trap. So last year, when they were asking me to do that, I said, I know it up here. I know the trapping up here, but I haven't done the hands-on in so long. It would be hard for me to do a demo, for people that have been trapping 15, 20 years. This year, if I go to a convention and I get, you know, invited to do a demo, I'm going to do one. Even if it's just like a question and answer demo. If I do a demo where it's literally like this, people just ask me questions, that works for me too. So, yeah, what's really great about the live videos is if somebody has a question and I answer it, and maybe I didn't give them, you know, all of the information they were looking for or whatever, they can tell me and I can just come back. When you're talking about like a Facebook message or a comment or something, it's hard to really fully explain what you're trying to say through a message or fully understand, what they're asking. So sometimes it's easier even on these live videos because then I can talk with you about what exactly you're needing. What trap supplies do you think would sell like fire and didn't? Uh, it's crazy. If you're talking about traps, I would say of all the traps I've had, traps that I've ordered in and did not sell like at all, I'm going to be talking about regular bridger traps, like the number twos, the number threes, uh, even the 1.5s. I had quite a few of those, and I mean, I could not sell them at all. Nobody ever ordered them. Uh, I just having a hard time selling them in general. And, I ordered 4 dozen bridger 1.5s, and I ended up buying a dozen off myself to use, and uh, the other 3 dozen. So I had 4 dozen. I bought a dozen myself to use on my personal line. Uh, I donated a dozen to a youth trapping clinic for them to give away. Uh, I ended up making a deal with somebody and trading some stuff, a dozen with him, and I sold 1 dozen. I had those traps for 6 months. So, is that something that I'm going to spend my money to order in again? Probably not. At least not now because I don't have the money like a lot of companies. It's hard for me to order $10,000 worth of supplies and just sit on it month after month, and so it's hard for me to fully offer everything. So, a lot of that stuff I drop ship is what I do. Um, and then even with like the Bridger number twos, the regular Coral Springs, I ended up selling all those to a local guy here, uh, making a deal with him. So,
I'm gonna get up at 7 and clean up the house.
But what? I'm scared. It's not like you don't walk behind me 700 times.
You can't see me.
Yeah, you can.
Barely.
I see you every time you walk behind me. I can see you.
Barely.
You know barely about it.
Barely.
All right, Brian, you're back. Oh, all right, love you too. And I would say it's probably the most common sold trap. If I were to say the absolute most common, uh, Bridger 450, 550, um, the TS 85s, Bridger number 2, dogless, uh, modified and non-modified, and I tell you what, since I've been selling Duke traps, that's almost all I've been selling is Duke, 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 Duke. Probably 85% of my trap orders are Duke traps. So I'm probably honestly going to go to mostly a Duke dealer, to be honest with you, because it's mostly what I sell now is Duke. Yeah, the Bridger 1.5. That's out of all the 1.5s I have or I've said or used, the Bridger 1.5 is I love it. Yeah, her. Yeah, and the problem with a lot of trapping supplies is, for the most part, there's not really a lot of profit in it at all. Your baits and lures, that's where most companies are going to make their profit on. Uh, there's like, there's not very much money in traps at all. I find it funny that Minnesota don't sell dude traps. Yeah, I've talked to Minnesota quite a few times about selling the no BS traps. Uh, I tell them, I'm like, you know, I don't know. Minnesota finally started carrying the Kendall's baits. They carry one, I think one of his baits, and they do carry his 1.5s. But I mean, I really wish they would start carrying his traps, because then I could order, 2 dozen traps or 3 dozen traps as I needed them. Bridgers didn't sell. A friend of mine had some Bridger on Tuesday. One house traps. Yeah, it's crazy. The problem with it is so many people nowadays have gone to dogless traps, or uh, like the 550 and the 650, whether it be MB or Duke. Most of the traps sold now are dogless, whether it be Duke, Bridger, no BS, whatever. Most traps sold now are dogless, or the cast jaw traps like the 550 and the 650. I mean, it's crazy. You could literally carry those 4 traps and then say like a 1.5 and then TS 85. And you could carry 6 traps right there, and that's all you would need really. Yeah, Duke has just flooded the market. It seems like this. Yeah, Alex. It's crazy because a lot of people talk about Duke being cheap traps and getting what you pay for, this, that, blah, 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 blah. But when you're talking, if you're talking $15-$20 a dozen cheaper, it's like that's not much. But Duke, a lot of their traps, I mean, you're talking $30, $40, $50 a dozen cheaper. A dozen 4-coil MB 550s is, I think, $220. A dozen Duke 550s 4-coil is $165. So you're talking almost almost $60-$70 difference there on 1 dozen traps. That is ridiculous. Um, so if to say the Dukes were 190, 195, they probably wouldn't sell near as many, honestly. Uh, and honestly, when it comes to the Duke traps, I like the square or the rectangle pans. The bigger pans, I like them a lot better. But, the Duke traps, there's a huge price difference when you get to that. It's crazy. I swear by the Bridger number 3 Douglas. Yeah, it's the internet. I have a bunch of the Bridger number 2 Douglas fully modified, and I like them. My problem with, I had a couple that I've got a few years back, and I really liked them. And then the fully modified ones I got this year, the the front springs on it were too much for the trap, like they were too powerful, and it kept the levers bent, so you couldn't really set the trap. So I had to take the front coils off, and now you can set the trap, but still when you push the levers down, you have to like pull them down and then push them forward to get them go around the, the eyes or the pegs of the jaws. It's like they won't just go straight down like they should. You have to like push down and then, wiggle it until the levers go past it. So it's kind of crazy there. Back when you was my age, we would use any trap we could get hold of. You dug a bucket out of some ditch once and fixed them to use them. Yeah, I mean I understand, and it's crazy. There's so many traps now that you can buy that are just ready to go out of the box, and they're really not much more than the traps that you have to do stuff to. So like the Duke #2 dogless, you can get a dozen for $128 shipped. If you message me on Facebook, I'll do $125 shipped on a dozen Duke #2 dogless. That trap is ready to go out of the box. It's 4 coil. Uh, for me, the pan tension's perfect. So it's ready to go out of the box. So why would I want to buy a Duke #2 a doggone trap that I need to mess with the pan tension? I need to get the pan level. I need to do all this work to, and might save $5 a dozen or something. I would rather pay the little bit extra money and have a trap that's ready to go out of the box. So it's crazy. Hey, Otter Cat. Yes, I always miss you. Yeah, Adventures of James. The Duke 550 comes 4 coiled, and the MB 550 you can get 4 coiled. Yeah, I believe they're $10 more a dozen to get the 4 coiled option. But see, oh man, I wish I had a computer with me, but don't quote me on it. But the MB 650 cash draw, I think last time I looked, they were like right about $270 for a dozen. An MB Duke 650 is $200. I do them. If you message me on Facebook, I can do like $200 shipped. So again, you're talking $70 difference. That's not a little bit. That's not a $10 or $15 difference. That's a huge difference, especially for the guys that want to buy 4 or 5 dozen traps. Now you're talking about $200-300 savings. It's ridiculous. You can order a whole another dozen traps for your money. I see a lot of people in Adventures with James, Ottercat. Welcome back, everybody. I had lots of issues with the Bridger #2 fully modified, but never an issue with the #3. That's why I go with the #2 dogless. Yeah. See, I have a couple #3 Bridger dogless, but I don't have any of the fully modified ones. Uh, yeah, Alex, and that's what I tell people. Ones I ordered last year didn't come for cool. Adventures James, you talking about the Duke or the Bridger? You can see like I think Duke only offers. I think all of the Pro Series traps from Duke are 4 coil. Internet better. Yeah, that's what I say. I mean, when you're talking about the Duke Pro Series versus the MB, yes, the Duke traps are made in China, but I can tell you what, from what I've seen with Coon Creek Outdoor, with Trapper J, even some of these smaller YouTube channels, TikTok channels, the things that I've seen Bill Duke do for these channels and for the trapping industry, I don't really care if you get your stuff from China. I really don't. As much as I see him interact with people, and he goes to these conventions himself and interacts with people and talks with them. F&T, they don't do that. Minnesota, they don't do that. They have people that go to these conventions for them, and a lot of them don't even know anything about trapping, really. They know enough to say something, but they can't answer a lot of your questions. Um, and, I'm not trying to talk bad about anybody or any companies, but Bill Duke, especially for as big of a company as he is, and I know he's got to be busy all the time for as much stuff as they do, he spends a lot of time with individuals, with customers, whether it be customers, YouTube or social media channels that he sponsors. It's crazy. I see lots of small pages like Asher Bros Outdoors. I don't know how many people you watch his channel, but Duke has been one of his sponsors since he had like 400 subscribers. Is Minnesota or F&T going to do that? No. They're not going to sponsor somebody that's got 300 or 400 subscribers on YouTube. There ain't no way. But I've seen lots of them sponsored by Duke. And Bill will help people out like crazy. Bill is an awesome person. And he's definitely a front man. If you have a chance, go to Trapper Jay's YouTube. Uh, he has, I know of 2 live videos that were like 2 hours plus with Bill Duke, just chatting like a, you know, regular person. He's not like a lot of these people that have, these huge companies where I'm better than everybody else. You watch those live videos, he's just a regular dude that likes to joke around with everybody, and I find that's awesome. You know, I don't really care if he gets his traps from China. They're still really, really, really well built traps. Um, he's not getting a trap from China and trying to get, the price that Minnesota does. I understand, Minnesota traps are great, and there's a lot of people that are going to stick with them, and there's nothing wrong with that. And, you know, I guess there is definitely pros to using the MB version, and I think there's pros of using the Duke version. Um, I would say that the MB versions have better swivels uh, than the Duke versions do. I like the pans on the Duke versions better, and the price on the Dukes are definitely a lot better. But I'm not trying to talk bad about any brands, but uh, Duke is definitely becoming one of my number one trap companies to deal with because the people that work there are awesome. Bill's awesome. Uh, since started carrying their traps, that's really mostly all I sell is Duke. I still get a few Bridger orders here and there. Uh, I haven't had an order for an MB trap, and I bet it's been at least 2 or 3 months since I've had an order for an MB trap. Period. Uh, every now and then I'll get an order for a 450 or a 750, but like the 550s, I don't hardly get orders for those anymore. One thing you like about the full coat trap is trying to get out and yeah. Uh, that's why a lot of times when I'm like the 650, I'll go ahead and use my. A lot of times, like the 650, the lockup is so tight, I can't hardly open it back up with my hands. So I'll just use my feet to step on it. Anthony Asher's a great kid, love one, yes. Yeah, he's definitely even since I started sponsoring him, his channel's come a long ways. I think he's probably got at least 200 subscribers since I started sponsoring him. Yeah, Bill Duke is awesome. Yeah, there's somebody I fully agree. Yeah, Bill Duke is definitely for the people. It's crazy. Uh, yeah, OtterCat. I know a lot of people that only use double long springs for their cat sets. And Kindle straps. I don't have any. I've never got to trap with any. I'm going to next year, even if I'm only able to get two of them. Uh, I'm gonna get some to try out. But our Kindle's awesome, man. Like I said, I got to meet him at least at 4 or 5 conventions last year. Kindle's awesome. I've got to talk to him quite a few times outside of conventions, and I just enjoy talking to him. And so I definitely want to carry his traps soon. Internet veteran. What I get out of it is when you're talking about like coil spring traps. Uh, they set still, and when they get set off, they just close like this. Double long springs, the springs are right here. They're pinched right here. So when they go off, they jump like that. They go. So from what I see, when a cat steps on a trap and that trap goes off, their instinct is to pull back, and they're quick. Well, I think the long springs, when they go like that, they actually push the trap up. So instead of just closing right here, when they go off, they go like that. They go up a little bit, and they're the jump trap. There's a lot of people that use the jump traps that were made back in the day for bobcat sets because the same reason. When they go off, they jump. Uh, so you have a better chance at getting a full pad catch on a cat. Again, I don't use any long spring traps. Well, I say that. I have a couple of small ones I'll use for blind sets and stuff. Alright, Brian. You have a good night, man. Boxy uses the jump traps. Yeah. See, I know a few people that use the jump traps still. A lot of times for the bobcat sets. And I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what it is. I think people like it because a coil spring, when it goes off, it just sits still and the jaws close. A long spring, when it goes off, those springs jump like that, and that makes the trap jump a little bit. Yeah, it's not jumping this much, but, it might be jumping that much. So I think that's kind of where that comes from. I think that's why a lot of people like using them. That and uh, when you're talking about double long springs, the lockup on a double long spring is way better than a regular coil spring trap. And kind of what I mean by that, if there's a couple people on there who's been talking about letting a animal go out of a long spring, how it's kind of a pain. That's why, when you're talking about a coil spring trap, you have the levers that set here. If you can pull hard enough, those jaws are going to push down on those levers, and they can kind of pull out if they want to. That's why a lot of people don't like the side swivel traps, because when an animal's pulling here, he has a better chance of pulling down on that lever and pulling right out. When you're talking about a long spring trap, you have to press the springs down themselves. You can't pull the jaws open whatsoever. The springs themselves have to be compressed for the jaws to open. A coil spring trap, say if you have a coil spring trap, and Coon Creek, he's done a couple of videos about this recently. I think the last one he did was like a month ago, maybe, talking about lockup, and he talks about the long spring trap too. But when the long spring trap closes, it is like locked up, locked up. You have to compress the long springs to open it. So I think a lot of that has to do with it too, and that's why a lot of people like using the long spring traps, because they're harder to pull out of. It lets me use a huge pan with no pan covers. But give the cat no choice but to step on the pan if wants to get his our cat. Yeah. But somebody, if you talk to a lot of people, like me, when I am setting a coil spring trap, if it goes off and catches my hand, I can pull it to me and put one knee on one lever and then push the other one with my hand and pull right out of it. If I had a double long spring trap, like if I was using a number 3 or number 4 double long spring trap, I'd have a whole lot harder time trying to get my hand back out of it than I would the coil spring. I couldn't just put my knee on it with my hand and pull out of it. So the lockup on them are a whole lot better. And yeah, AutoCAD, I hear a lot of people, like when they're talking about Bobcat sets, they will take shingles, like roofing shingles, and cut the trap design out, and then they'll put that over their pan as their pan cover, and that creates like a expanded pan, pretty much, disposable expanded pan. Well, we've been going for over 3 hours. That's crazy. Doesn't seem like it's been that long. I appreciate you guys hopping on here and talking with me. Picked up a number 14 new house. That's awesome. Herb, what are you going to use it for? Alex, I try my best. That's what I say. I'm going to share as much as I can, whether, it's trapping advice, trapping supply advice. If, that's even, I've honestly had quite a few questions from people. I'll answer questions, like when it comes to trapping supply, I'll answer questions that most trapping supply companies won't answer. Um, and okay, here's one that I've been asked quite a few times: why I don't carry live traps. Um, and this is also the reason why a lot of trapping supply companies don't carry boards like fur boards or fleshing beams, stuff like that. So, say if you wanted to buy a large um, live trap, and you say $80 for a large live trap. My price for that trap is probably $62. So I'm gonna make $18 on that trap. Okay, I have to get that trap shipped to me. Okay, well if one pallet costs me $300 to have delivered, one live trap takes up a lot of room on that pallet. I could fit 6 dozen coil spring traps in the space that one live trap's going to take up. So I'm sacrificing what could be, you know, $60, $70 worth of profit for $18 worth of profit. That's just to get it to me. Well, now somebody orders one from me and I have to ship it. Well, if they order an $80 trap, my shipping for that is $12.99. That's what I charge on the website. Okay, so a live trap, a large live trap, say it's 36 inches long, and it's 18 inches wide, 16 inches tall. The bulk of that is going to cost me at least probably $28 to ship. So I got $13 to cover shipping. So I'm losing $15 on shipping. So do the math on that. If I sell one live trap, when it's all said and done, and not even counting how long it's going to set here, taking up space until it sells, I'm probably going to lose at least $5 on that trap. A lot of people don't think about that when it comes to shipping. Shipping is very expensive, and a lot of my profit is ate up from shipping. So, and that's why I don't carry live traps because they cost too much to ship. That's why people don't sell fiberglass rods on their websites. That's why a lot of trapping supply companies don't carry um, boards, kayak boards, fox boards, whatever, because, if you have a board that's 48 inches long, that's going to cost a lot to get shipped. Well, if the profit on that board is $8 or $15, you're going to lose at least half of that just in the shipping. So it's hard to carry stuff like that. So that's just, that's another one of those things that most companies probably isn't going to uh, tell you, isn't going to share that information. I don't really care. Like, I don't, you know, whatever. Shoo, yeah. That sounds like flair. Shoo! That explains why people don't stock those huge live beaver traps. Yeah, it's crazy. Say, and that's why what's great is there's a lot of companies that are starting to make collapsible live traps. Um, like when you're talking the colony traps, they have collapsible colony traps. Well, that's awesome because then you can collapse them to where instead of being like this, they're like this. Well, that right there is so much easier to ship than that. When you're talking about them being 3 foot long, so I myself have to be real picky with what I carry and not. And if anybody's been following me or my business for a while, if you remember back when I first started, the stuff that I carried on the website, there's a lot of stuff that I don't have on the website now that I did back then. Mainly because one, it cost too much to ship. Two, it didn't sell very well. So, there's a lot of bait and lure brands that I quit carrying because they didn't sell very often. So, I'm not gonna worry about it. So, yeah, like I said, man, if you guys have any questions for me, just let me know. I'll answer them truthfully and I'll answer them to the best I can. Anything to do with trapping. Whether it's your trap line, animal, or the business side of it. Never had much luck with live traps, tunes rolling around like oil drums till fake comes out. Yeah, that's crazy. That's why a lot of people will box, like not box in, but will cover their traps in real well. Um, that way the animals don't see it. Because coons are real big on playing with stuff. Uh, and that's one thing that's real surprising with me when it comes to dog proofs. How in my mind, the way raccoons are, I would think I would have to pick up dog proof traps more often, just from a coon wanting to play with it, from the way it looks. That's why a lot of people that use golf balls, they'll find their golf balls 50 yards away from where their dog proof was, because some raccoon knocked it off the trap and was playing with it. So, and honestly, this making the baits and lures, I'm gonna be probably transitioning into more of this than the whole supply company itself. Uh, Mainly, it's when it comes to this. Like, I'm gonna keep doing the supply company because I love it, but there are so many different companies out there that carry the exact same things and the exact same price, everything. So, when I carry, MB 550, Bridger number 2 dogless, and a Duke 550. There's at least 20 to 30 trapping supply companies out there that carry the same thing, same price. They might be $1 more, $2 more, $1 less, $2 less, but it's the same thing, you know. Uh, so it's I don't know. It's that's why a lot of what I've tried getting into is selling like baits and lures that most companies don't have. Like uh, I don't know how many of you have heard of Billingsley baits and lures. I carry those. Uh, Wolfen brand baits and lures. I carry those. Cass River baits and lures. I carry those. Sawmill Creek. I carry those. JD Purdom with B&B. I carry his baits. Of course, my own. And then I'm gonna start carrying a few of like Trapper J's, which I have a whole box. I have a $300 box back here of Trapper J's baits and lures. When I was a kid, my folks had exterminated a live trap raccoon on our roof. When he caught it, he lowered trap down with rope. Raccoon pistol cage. Oh, that's funny. I mean, it's not funny to his helper, but that's funny. And yeah, live traps. Um, I really haven't had a ton of requests for them. Uh, and a lot of the people that do are usually ADC trappers. Because most people that trap with live traps, honestly, a lot of them just go to the local farm store and buy the $30 live trap they have, the just generic brand live trap. Just sick with it, man. I feel like in the past half a year or so, there's been a lot of new people coming to trapping. Yeah. Uh, yeah, Alex, and what I've noticed here lately, like I said, I had a outdoor store that I opened in 2018, and I ended up closing it in 2019 because everything I did was online. But even in the last 12 months, the last year, I have seen so many new like trapping supply companies that are starting up. It's crazy. Uh, and that's I had a lot of people asking me, "Hey, are you gonna go to the NTA? It'd be awesome if you go to the NTA." Well, here's my problem with the NTA and me going. If if I take a whole carload of stuff down there, I bring tools, traps, baits, lures, all kinds of stuff. I have everything there. Okay, let's think about this. Minnesota's there, F&T's there, Hoosier's there, Trap Shed's there, Iron Trail's there, uh, PCS Outdoors is there. Everybody you can think of, Dakota Line, everybody you can think of is there. So why would I want to pay $200 to rent a booth to sell the same thing as 60 other people, if that makes sense? And I've told people that, if I do go to the NTA, the only thing I'm selling, the only thing I'm bringing is my brand of baits and lures, my apparel, my merchandise, because, I'm not going to bring Sawmill Creek baits and lures because Sawmill Creek is there. I'm not going to bring Wolfen bait and lures because Jim Tate's there. I'm not going to bring Cass River baits and lures because Charles is there. I'm not going to bring Billingsley brand baits and lures because Dale's there. I don't want to step on their toes. They need to sell stuff retail to really make their money. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep mine to sell on my website and local. So if I do go to the NTA, this is what I'm going to be selling. My brand baits and lures. I'll have my apparel, my hats, shirts. I'll have my brand of everything. Like I'll have my brand of urine and stuff like that. So But yeah, I'm not gonna go up there with a whole bunch of traps and hammers and sheep's wool and stuff like that when there's dozens and dozens of other people with it. Yeah, smart move. Everyone else in NT is selling around. Yeah, and me and Trapper J have talked about going to the NTA together. If we go, we're gonna go together because the NTA is very, very expensive to go to compared to like the state conventions. Just the table rentals are, the table rentals are 4 or 5 times as expensive as they are at the state ones. So, uh, if I do go, wouldn't be surprised if you see me and Trapper J in the same booth. So, and we'll probably do the same thing like at Missouri and Nebraska. I don't know. I'm talking to him about that if he wants to do that or not. So, and a lot of the conventions I go to, I might just bring my brand of stuff because uh, and if I'm going to a convention that doesn't that Sawmill's not going to be to, I'm going to take their brand of stuff. Same thing with Billingsley, Wolfen, Cash Forever, all that. If they're not going to be there, I'm taking their stuff. But if they're going to be there, I'm not taking their stuff. I'm not going to be that way to those people. Uh, and that's why at all my conventions I didn't carry, or I didn't have Apple Road baits because Cletus was at all the conventions, and I don't want to sell his stuff when he's there. So that's just that's the way it is. That's why I'm going to be with it anyways. If it's right or wrong, I don't know, but I learned that last year when I went. Every convention I went to, there was a major trapping supply company that had everything. So, it wasn't. I didn't hardly sell any traps whatsoever at any of the conventions because there were so many other people with traps. Bigger companies that could, run better deals than I could. So, if the conventions I go to, I might only have my stuff and stuff like that. Yeah. It's funny, Alex, because I met Trapper J for the first time at the Missouri convention, and at that point in time, I didn't know who he was. I had heard his name, but I'd never seen his YouTube. I hadn't subscribed to him or nothing. And there was a couple people that come up to my booth that had the Trapper J T-shirts on. I was like, that's pretty cool. Well, uh, when he came up to my booth, when he first came up to him, I knew who he was. I recognized him, and I just kind of talked to him, and we kind of chatted for about 30 minutes or so. And he come by the booth a couple times. We talked, and then we went to the Nebraska convention, and I didn't know he was going to be there until Saturday. But Saturday morning, I had a couple people ask me. They're like, "Trapper Jay's coming." They're like, "Have you heard from him?" I was like, "I haven't heard from him." I was like, wondering why they think I would have. Well, they're like, "Well, he's setting up with you, Annie, in your booth." I was like, "Huh?" I was like, First I've heard about it." They're like, "Oh," they're like, "Well, we heard that he was setting up with one of his friends in a booth." I was like, "Well, it ain't me." I was like, "I don't really know him." And, we kind of talked at the Nebraska convention, but not much at all. Well, after the Nebraska convention, that's when I started following him on YouTube a little bit. Well, then by the time I seen him at the Iowa convention, we had talked quite a bit and whatever. Uh, so I knew him by then, but we weren't like we are now. We're pretty close. We do a lot of stuff together now. So next year, we'll probably set up at a couple booths together. I hope, anyways. Me and Trapper J at one table will be headed any convention. Yeah. I hope so. I know he's going to the Missouri convention, and I'm pretty sure he's going to Nebraska. And I will be at the Missouri convention because it's only an hour and a half from my house, so I'll be there. Nebraska is one of the conventions that I have two conventions that I am going to, and I tell everybody I don't care how I get there, I'm going, even if I'm not able to set up and sell anything, I'm going to be there. That's Nebraska and the Bruce Rhodes Backwater Bait Convention in Iowa because I really, really like those people. The people in Nebraska were super, super, super cool. So I want to go back there for sure, even if I just go and hang out for the weekend and don't set up. Same thing with Backwater in Iowa. I'm going even if I just go to hang out. Missouri, I'm going to. I mean, it's super close. I'd be dumb if I didn't go. That's why I asked about the lights outstairs there. A new Canadian company for some reason there's no. Yeah, Herb. Um, it's right now, especially with Canada, getting anything right now is ridiculous. Um, last year I sold quite a bit of stuff to Canada. I had sent quite a few traps up there. Uh, the last time I sent traps up there, the person ended up getting. It cost him $120 through me to ship his package to him. Well, when he got his order, he got another bill from customs for $140. So it ended up costing him $260 to get a dozen traps from me. That's ridiculous. The shipping to Canada has gotten ridiculous. I don't even what do they call it? The leader of Canada. They call it the Prime Minister? I don't know. But whatever they call him, I know they're having super, super bad problems with him, especially with transportation and the trucking system because pretty much all truckers have kind of just parked their trucks and said, you know what, screw you. I seen a picture the other day with um, the truckers in Canada, and there was like 10 of them in a row that had got tires, set tires outside their truck, and put a mailbox in the tires, pretty much saying, "We're not leaving. We're putting our roots up here. We're not leaving until we get what we want." And I thought that was awesome. It's like as bad as it is to say, I think that's where the truckers here in the United States need to be because they're definitely underappreciated when you get to the White House and Congress and stuff like that. They don't appreciate the people that, clean out the sewers and bring them their coffee. They don't appreciate that at all. Trudeau, schmuck, yeah. Yeah, I have a customer in Canada that I talk to quite often, and we've talked about that a little bit. And then Trapper Billy on TikTok, he's in Canada. I've talked to him quite a bit about it, and it's just crazy the stuff that's going on up there. I mean, and just honestly, shipping anywhere right now has gone ridiculous. Uh, I'm okay. Here's a funny one for you. Yesterday, I shipped a package to one of my friends that lives an hour from me. Not, yeah, it's about an hour. I shipped him something. Okay, so in my mind, when I take the package to my post office, they should see, hey, this is just going right here. So we'll take it from here to here to here, and then he'll get it tomorrow, the next day at the latest. So he should have got it today, tomorrow at the latest. I checked the tracking today, and he's supposed to get it Thursday. I'm like, how in the world does it take 3 days to get a package to go an hour from my house? Same thing with Trapper J. Every time I send him a package, He's in Missouri. It can most of the time it takes 3 to 4 days for a package to get to him, and I can ship a package to Idaho in 2 days, or Alabama in 2 days, or New York in sometimes 3 days. But every time I ship one to Trapper J, it's like 4 days. I'm like, I don't understand that. That's stupid. Uh, what's funny is the baits and lures that I got from him to sell with these kits. He shipped out on Thursday. I think he shipped them Thursday morning, and I got them today. So I should have got them Saturday. I shipped him one. I shipped him a package the same day he shipped me one. He got his Saturday, and I got mine today. I'm like, I don't get that. Why does it take 5 days to go this far? We're in the same state. It's shipping is crazy. That fishing lure hadn't to. I know it's crazy. Adventure James. So what's funny is I shipped 4 of those out that day. I had one go to Alabama. I want to say it's Alabama. Alabama. I probably got it wrong. But he just got his today. And he's closer to me than you, and he just got his today. Yeah, but what's crazy is my central hub is Springfield. And Springfield is an hour and a half away. That's the central hub for everything. So normally, when I ship something, it would go to Springfield, and then Kansas City, and then the Trapper J. But a lot of the times, it'll end up going to Iowa or Nebraska or some stupid stuff like that before it gets to me. It's just, I don't get it. The worst I think I've ever seen is I had somebody in, I think it was Illinois, order stuff from me. And 2 day shipping, like most orders. And it'd been like 4 days, and they emailed me and said, hey, just checking on my package. And then it showed up. And I was like, oh, that's weird. So I got on it, I got the shipping number, and I looked it up. It was in Colorado. For some reason, they took it from my post office to Springfield, Missouri to Colorado. I'm like, that's the exact opposite way of where it should have went. You know, if anything, it should have went to St. Louis and then to Illinois, but they took it to Colorado. I'm like, how does that make sense? In any way, how does that make sense? Hey, Jeremiah, how you doing? Not much. We're just talking, complaining. Right now, we're complaining about shipping in Canada. Yeah. See, Mr. Somebody, there's give me a second. There's a company that works in, I think, all of Iowa, some of Missouri, and some of Nebraska. What's it called? I don't know. Somebody's gonna tell me what it's called, but a lot of the times, if you ship something, it's same day delivery. That's crazy. It's like, so if I ship something at 8 in the morning, they could get it at 2 or 3 o'clock that afternoon. That's crazy. But they only go in certain areas, and they don't go in my area. And the shipping is a lot cheaper. I've heard that, with a UPS package, it might cost $30. You could ship with them for like 18. Adventures of James. Yeah, let's see. They ship tomorrow, you should have them Friday. Honestly. If they ship tomorrow, you should have Friday. Right, same here. I had a package shipped from the same state, and it would wind up in Florida for some reason. Said it was due to a wildfire for yeah. Yeah, so it says shipping is stupid. A lot of times, if I ship anything west, the shipping is no time. But if I go east, I'm screwed. Like Scab ordered from me, and I sent him stuff. It took like 4 days for him to get it. But if I can mail something to Oregon, 2 days. So I don't know what it is about sending stuff west and sending stuff east, but west it always shows up a lot faster than it does east. Nice, yeah. I hope. Once again, that was the problem with the. I know you guys, most all of you watch Trapper J, and you've heard him hint about the cables that he has on his way. Uh, it took four days for him to get them. He asked me. It was Monday. He asked me about getting some snares. I said, it was Sunday. He said he needed snares. He said, I need more snares. I said, all right. I'll send them to you tomorrow. You'll have them Wednesday. Should have them Wednesday. Thursday, the latest. Okay. I said, but more than likely, you'll have them Wednesday. It was late Friday afternoon when he got them. I said, boy, let me tell you what. Got bought a tracking stem from Carolina. Yeah, it's crazy. Adventures with a boat. Adventures with James, you get a boat. I know you was talking about, you used to have a boat. Yeah, he's in the same state. It's crazy. So I said he sent me my package. He mailed it Thursday last week, and I got it today. So it took Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday, today. It took 5 days to get it. It's hard sometimes, man. Probably down for the rest. You got a mink and muskrat line out. Hope you catch a lot of them, man. Adventures with James. Just out of curiosity, what was your first thought with that fishing lure or fishing spray? I know you said you have tried some in the past with zero success. So, were they similar to the one I sent you? The way they smell or the way that they're applied or anything? Was anything similar to you? You having problems with the motor? I see. That's never a good thing. $40 horse, that's a pretty good motor for a boat. Looks good. Yeah, isn't that crazy? What do they call those layover flights or something, don't they? Yeah, I've heard people trying to fly somewhere, and a one-way ticket was like $800, but they could have like a 45-minute layover flight for 250. It's like, really? First of the month, all right. Well, I hope you have at least some success with it. Internet veteran, how was London? How was New York at that? Are you talking like the city part of New York? Shipping works a lot like flying. Yes, it does. Yeah, it's crazy that I can mail something across the country faster than I can mail something 2 counties over. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. At some point, it's like I know that they have a hub, but at some point they'd scan a package and be like, oh, this needs to go 35 miles. So let's not send it 200 miles from here. Like, it would literally save them money to do that. I was talking to my friend that works at the post office, and he said that the postal service is starting a service like that, uh, and they're testing it out in Texas, to where if your package or whatever is going within a certain uh, area, within like a certain set of miles or something, that they will take your package, set it aside, and have it mailed a different way, and it'll actually be a little bit cheaper. I like the scent. I'm just a little concerned about the little floaties and it clogging the spray bottle. Yeah. Yeah, everything's done with the computer. There was about a few months back, there was a real big problem with shipping, and it was because the one of the main like depots, shipping hubs or whatever, uh, for me, they lost power for a day and a half. So shipping then was ridiculous. Yeah. Well, the problem is for it being quick would be better, but sometimes it's just hard to. I mean, for me to drive an hour, it's just hard to have that much time sometimes to be able to drive an hour and, spend 5, 10 minutes, whatever, and then an hour back. Sometimes it's easier just to pay a little bit extra to have them mail it. But it's just crazy that, it takes 3 or 4 days. Yeah, Adventures of James, one of these I sprayed quite a few times just to kind of make sure of that. Kind of hopefully it don't clog up. That's why we have a testing phase. Whether it's the packaging or whatever that needs fixed. My fox count, my season's over, but I caught 2 fox. I caught 2 gray fox this year, and then both of them were on coyote sets. So, how many of you seen my video I posted today? It was only like 2.5 minutes or something like that. Where I was kind of explaining one of my lures, uh, kind of how it's used and what kind of successes we've had with it, and whatnot. How many of you seen that, and how many of you found that video helpful or you liked it or whatever? I was a kid. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, Adventure James, I appreciate that, man. I also sent one. I sent one. You got one, and I sent 3 others. One of them was I had a customer that used to come into my store quite often that fishes a lot. I sent him one to try out. Haven't seen it yet. He was in school. Uh, I know a few people had seen it, but I'm thinking about doing like a series, I guess you could call it, of videos where, I'd just be like a 3 or 4 minute video explaining, you know, the lure and how it works, what it's made with, what kind of success we've had with it. just so people kind of know, because I know there's a lot of people that don't know that I'm a bait and lure maker. So it's going to be kind of a way to introduce people to know that I do make baits and lures and what all ones I do make and stuff. I thought about doing one long video or even two videos of me going through my baits, but then again, I don't want to have a 15-20 minute video of me just talking about a lure. So I figured if I'm able to do different, like 3 or 4 minute videos, it would be a little easier to watch, I guess you could say. Jeremiah, I don't have a place to trap beaver myself. Um, we don't really have a whole lot of beaver local to my area. Um, I did get a phone call to trap some beaver, but it was an hour away, and that's still a little farther than I want to go. I do know a place that's about 25-30 minutes away that I could trap some, but it's a public water area, I guess you call it, and I don't know who all traps it, and I don't really know it, so I don't want to try to just trap it and possibly get on somebody else's area where they're trapping, interfere with someone else's line. But I have a friend that used to trap the area quite often, so one of these days I'll try to get hold of him to go down there. 4 to 6 weeks was fastest so long it wasn't even worth the wait as a kid. Yeah, the problem with it is, see, internet veteran, even like nowadays, when you're talking about people that order stuff off of Amazon, most people can't even wait 2 days to get whatever it is. People are so impatient nowadays. What one is that one you keep holding up? This one? You see it? In Kentucky, they're loaded with them. Yeah, this is my Blakely's Beaver lure. Is that showing backwards to you guys? When I look at the camera, it shows backwards, but that's a Blakely's Beaver lure. It's a smoky caster lure. So it's a caster-based lure that has a smoke smell to it. And it's a very thick lure. See? Lid's off of it. Very thick. So, this is something, it's a, oh, smells amazing, but it's a smear lure. So you can actually take whatever you need out, the little bit you need, and smear it on a stick, leaf, branch, whatever you want, ground, rock. I know a lot of your caster lures are liquid or liquid type that you just pour or something. Uh, when I wanted to make one, I wanted to make something that you could put and it was going to stay and last a while. Whether it rains and the water level comes up or whatever, that it's not just going to wash away. So, and also put there's some oils and stuff in here, so to help the scent last longer, and to actually like get in the water and kind of float out in the water. So that was my goal behind it. My main goal making this was something that's going to last, as compared to something that just wash away or whatever. I ordered a lot of stuff that way. Yeah, I trapped a bunch of beavers 5-10 minutes from my house. That's awesome, man. I wish I had some that were close to my house. No, we can see it correctly. Goopy. It reads left, right. Adventures with James, you ordered this one. Is it thicker than cream cheese? Well, that's an odd comparison. uh, I would say it's similar to cream cheese, honestly. Uh, and I mix this a lot. It's really mixed, so it's thick. Like, it's thick to where it's not just gonna fall out, but it's not so thick that you're gonna have a hard time messing with it. So I like it. And this Blakely's Beaver lure, I've had a lot of people catching beaver, catching beaver on this, quite a few beaver, and had a couple people got a couple coyotes on it. So it's turned out to be a very universal one. So it's a good comparison. Laugh a lot. Yeah, it's a good comparison. It's just not the comparison that directly comes into my mind, I guess you could say. I have another one here. Wrong one. I'll see if I can find one. I have a lot of stuff in here in this box. So, this is my other beaver lure, Sweet Beaver, poplar bud oil based lure. So, this is a really sweet, small one. That right there, I always tell my wife that we could use that as a like an aroma, like a wax melt. Put it in the little uh, wax warmers. It smells amazing. But I've had quite a few people catching beaver with this. But this is more of a food lure for beaver. Alright, Mr. Somebody, I appreciate you stopping in, chatting with us. Yeah, it's 11:40 here, so. But yeah, and this one is the same way. Really thick. It's not just gonna plop out. So that was my thing. I figured a lure that you're going to be putting in water or around water, you want something that's thicker that's going to sit, if that makes sense. Uh, like these, my coon syrups here. And when I tell people the coon syrup, like here's cherry, peanut butter. I have 8 different scents of this. I'm actually working on a couple more. But, like this is great for raccoon, but this could also be really good for muskrats, uh, stuff like that. You know, I tell people a lot of these are good for anything. Like this coon syrup here, peanut butter, is great for raccoons, for DPs. I caught a lot of raccoons on this year, but you could also use this as a attractant for deer. Uh, really anything that eats peanut butter or peanuts or squirrel, deer, anything like that. I also have a green apple, anise, fish, smoke, persimmon. Uh, I don't even know how many that was. Let's see here. I have cherry, peanut butter, smoke, anise, fish, persimmon. Does my experience as a chef help me with bait making? Uh, in a way, kind of, because like when I'm adding ingredients of a bait or something together, it helps me realize that, like, even when I'm trying to, if I'm working on a new recipe or something, uh, I can look at something that's dry or thick, and I can easily just pour something on top of it, and in my mind, I can watch it and be like, "That's enough. Stop. That's how much I need." Um, I don't necessarily have to add a little, add a little, add a little, add a little, and hope I get there. Uh, for the most part, I can usually just, I'll have a bowl of my stuff there, and I can grab an ingredient and just pour. That's good. That's where it needs to be. And 98% of the time, it's perfect. Sometimes I'll add a little more or not, but let's see some recipes for raccoon. Yeah, yeah, I used to be a chef. I'm not anymore. This is what I do now. I went from making food for people to making food for animals. And can you guess which one I like more? Uh, but yeah, I was a chef for 5.5, almost 6 years. Uh, Now, in that time, I had different jobs in the kitchen. Like when I first started, I was a dishwasher for 6 months. Uh, I was the considered the utility guy for a while, and where I was a chef at the Walmart headquarters, and our we had two kitchens. The whole building itself was, I don't know, like 40,000 square feet or some crap. Pretty much a Walmart store that you shop at. It's like four of those or five. It's huge. But we had when I first started, we had what we called the old kitchen, and it was uh, it was at the corner of the building over here. Well, they built a new kitchen to be more. They wanted to add different things to the kitchen, and they wanted to be more um, universally located for people. So it ended up being on the other side of the building. Well, from this side of the building, or from this kitchen to this kitchen, was half a mile. If you went through the building, it was a half a mile. Um, we had a freezer and cooler over here, and a bunch of dry storage. Well, our freezer that was over here was, what was it? I want to say it was 20 foot wide and 50 foot long, and our walk-in was 16 foot wide and like 25 foot long. Well, we stored a lot of our food and stuff there, so every day we would have to bring what we needed for the day to the new kitchen. Same thing with all our dry goods. We had a huge area where we stored a lot of our stuff. So my job for a year was I unloaded all the semis, all the trucks. I unloaded them all by myself. I stocked everything, and then um, I hauled everything from this kitchen to this kitchen. So a lot of times I'd have like a cart, and I would, put 900 pounds worth of food and products on this cart, and I would push it a half mile to the kitchen, and then I'd go back. And there was many days where I did these trips, 15 times a day, on top of unloading all the semis, stocking stuff, and then most of the time when it became lunchtime. So I went to work at 5 in the morning, and we started serving lunch at 11. So a lot of the times at 10:30, I would have to go to the kitchen and I would change clothes and then I would cook. I would be a chef. So I would work on the grill or I would work on the exhibition station. And the exhibition station was where we did like all of our pastas. We did omelets and skillets, and I've made tens of thousands of omelets and skillets. So I would work one of those stations. We also had a Subway, Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, all that stuff. I worked all those stations. We had a kitchen with 32 employees, and um, I basically ran the whole kitchen for like 3 years. So I knew how to do all the stations. I was the manager of the Chick-fil-A. I was the manager of the Subway. So yeah, it was definitely a lot, Alex. um, I miss it a lot of the times, but I definitely wouldn't trade it for this. There's no way. I'd rather do this any day. I learned a lot of stuff. Learned how to cook, to where if this ever gets to where it's not working out, then I'll probably go back to cooking. I still have the idea where someday I might own a restaurant, at least a cafe. I would like to own one. Uh, I'm smart enough to know that I don't want to be the cook there, but uh, being a chef is definitely a hard job. I tell people there's two ways to make money being a chef. One is to own a restaurant. Two is to work 80 plus hours a week. That's the only ways you're ever going to make money as a chef. Period. When I first started as a dishwasher, I made $8 an hour, and when I left, I was making 13.40 an hour. Back in 2018, that was $13 an hour, 13.50 basically. It was pretty good money back in uh, 2018. That was fairly good money. Nowadays, freaking Walmart starting the cart pushers off at $12 an hour. So you know where that gets you. Yeah, I gotta start somewhere. Uh, I've done a lot of things over my. I'm only 27. I'll be 28 next week. But I did landscaping for a year. I was a chef again for 5.5, almost 6 years, and I've been selling outdoor supplies and trapping supplies for 3.5 years. So definitely a different world. And I like my mom owns a beauty salon, and I clean her salon every week, and I've been doing that for. I think I started cleaning her salon when I was like 12, so 15 years. There's been a few times where I didn't do it. There'd be a year or so where I wouldn't do it. My cousin or something would do it. You make 2160 making calibers. That's awesome, dude. Uh, I've I've been this close very, 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 very many times, especially here recently, to where I'm going to go get a job because this life is hard. Let me tell you about it. Um, um, I'd be better off having a job right now making $10 an hour. I can tell you that right now. My grandma did first job you ever had was cleaning her salon. Yeah, and yeah, cleaning hair will definitely teach you a life lesson. That's for sure. Oh, I'm chasing the dream. I'm chasing it as hard as I can, but sometimes you gotta step off and do your family right before you hop back on. Your uncle has a roofing business. Yeah, I know a couple people that have roofing businesses. Uh, Owning your own business of any sort is hard, especially uh, the first 2 years. The first 5 years is really the hardest, but the first 2 years is I what was it? I filed my Blakely's Trapping Supplies business name, January 28th of 2021. So just a little over uh, a year, almost 13 months. I've been doing this, and I've spent the whole time trying to get my name out. Uh, I never, I never really did very many sales on the website. For the most part, I could do. I mean, for the most of last year, I was lucky to have 2 sales a week on the website. Uh, 99% of all my sales and business was on Facebook. Now that I went to 6 conventions last year. I donated a lot to like 5 or 6 trapping clinics. Uh, I've donated all kinds of stuff on Facebook and whatnot. Now I have the TikTok, the YouTube. I've sponsored a lot of people on YouTube and stuff to all get my name out. So, I've spent tons and tons and tons of money. Not to even mention the commercial that I got that's going to be, airing on the Pursuit channel here in a couple months. So, um, it's starting to get now to where, um, uh, I'm starting to see at least an order on the website every other day. At least one order every other day. So, it's getting to where I don't have to spend all my time on my phone, on Facebook, trying to find people that, are looking for traps or baits or something and trying to make a sale there. So it's nice being able to step back a little bit and not have to be on the phone all the time to spend time with my family and whatnot. like before, there's no way I could, been on YouTube for 4 hours doing a live because, I would have needed that time. Um, I needed that time to get on Facebook to make those sales or whatever. Um, yeah, Alex, I've had a few people ask me about doing like what they call it, the super chats, whatever they call it, on here. Apparently, I have to be monetized and able to do that. Well, to do that, I have to have 1,000 followers and 4,000 watch hours. And right now, I have like 430 followers. So yeah, I still got a ways. It'll probably honestly be another year before I'm there. At least probably. I don't know. Uh, but if people are really wanting to, and um, all of my videos in the description of my videos, I have a PayPal, a Cash App, and a Venmo link if anybody is interested in that. Uh, like I say, I'm not asking for handouts or anything like that, but I've had quite a few people ask me about it, so I started putting those in the description of every one of my videos. Same thing with TikTok. If you go to my TikTok, yeah, on my page, all those are there because I've had people ask me. So, if you're wanting to donate anything, you can find the the ways there on the description of any of my videos, and also my YouTube channel, the actual page itself, on my About Me. I think I put it in there. I'm not real sure. I think I remember putting it in. Yeah, Alex, I never had TikTok. I never even watched it. My wife has had it for like a year or something. I've never had any interest in it. On Facebook, the videos would pop up and I would watch them, and it's like, whatever. Uh, I talked to somebody one day back in December about TikTok, and I was like, you know what, I'll make a TikTok just to have one to see how it goes. Told my wife I'd do it for 2 or 3 weeks, and we'd see how it would go. And if I liked it or not, like Twitter, I tried Twitter, and let me tell you what, I hate Twitter with a passion. Like, Twitter could go out of business, and I would have a prayer to thank God. I hate Twitter. It's stupid. Everything on there is just people retweeting everybody else's stuff. That's all that's on there. It's stupid. But that's enough about Twitter. But yeah, I made a TikTok, and I posted a couple videos on there. And most of them were less than a minute videos. And it's so easy to get followers on TikTok. Uh, I posted a couple videos with my coyote catches, and overnight, they'll get 4, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 views, and I'll end up getting, 2, 3, 400 followers off that one video. I think I just got up to 1,500 followers on TikTok now, so it's awesome. Again, to me, it's real easy to get followers on TikTok. But it's hard to post stuff on TikTok that TikTok don't take down because they hate anything to do with outdoors. I mean, I've had 5 videos taken down now off TikTok. I've already been restricted 4 times, and I've been on there for 6 weeks. I've already been told that my next time could result in me being like permanently banned. I appreciate it, Kenny. But yeah, like I said, I started TikTok off kind of just see if I like it, whatever. And now it's become it's just like YouTube to me now. I spend just as much time on TikTok now as I do YouTube. Um, the other day I did 6.5 hours of live video because I was on um, TikTok. There's a couple trappers on there that are, they're like the Trapper Jays of TikTok, pretty much. And I was on watching one of their lives. Well, one of them I commented like 3 times, and he's like, "Well, if you want to hop on the video, go ahead." Well, on TikTok, like as I'm sitting here talking to you, you can have 2 or 3 people join your TikTok to where their video is on the side of the screen, so you can actually watch 4 people. So it's kind of like a podcast to me, and I love the lives there. But yeah, it's definitely not as personal as this is, but you can being able to actually talk with other trappers is pretty cool. And when someone asks a question, it can be a question to the 3 or 4 people to talk about. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, that's just one thing. But you think you have 4,000 followers on TikTok, but I mostly post I don't see anything. Yeah. So yeah, I have TikTok really. I started getting into the live videos and really like doing those with people. So I'm trying to be a little more hesitant on what I post because I didn't really care what I posted. I thought, if they get rid of me, they get rid of me, whatever, I don't care. I'm going to post my videos that I like. Well, now that I've been getting into live videos and helping people and communicating with a lot of people on TikTok that are not on Facebook or YouTube, it's um, I've already created a lot of business for myself off TikTok just in the time I've been over there. So now it's like, you know what, I don't really want to hurt myself by losing my page on there. So I've become a whole lot more particular on what I post. Um, they don't, TikTok, you can't post anything with a gun, no knives, no animals, nothing like that, or whatever. One of my third video I posted was uh, me and my daughter shooting a 22. I posted it and it was probably 45 seconds, and TikTok took it down and restricted me for 4 days. So whatever. But now I just get on there and I do live videos. But yeah, the other day I was on there with it was me, Trapper Billy, Song Dog Harris, and Chris Markham, and we were on the live for like 3.5, 4 hours. I got off of it, and then I got on the YouTube and did a live a little over 2 hours. So yeah, it was a 6 hour live that night. This is my second one on YouTube that's been over 4 hours, and I love this relationship with people, being able to sit here and talking with you guys. Um, it's definitely not the same as it would be if I was actually at a convention or something talking to you guys, or you were here talking to me. It's not the same, but I can definitely interact with you guys here, and it's awesome. The live videos are great. I've done a few live videos on Facebook, and I have, what is it, like 3,200 people on my Facebook. So when I go on a Facebook Live, I normally get 40, 50 people on there, but it's hard to keep people's interest on there because, like I was doing the skinning videos on here live. I did one of those on Facebook, and it was not accepted very well on there at all. Uh, I got up to like 45 people on the live, and it was like once they seen what I was doing, they were off. So in the first like 5 minutes, I got up to 45 people, but then after 10 minutes, I had like 6 people on there. I was like, I'm just gonna get off and hop on YouTube. Yeah, all these social media outlets these days are so controlled by the upper echelon of individuals. Yeah, it's crazy, but I mean, it's definitely crazy, and to me, it's crazy how many people like here on YouTube. There's so many people that I can talk to and interact here on YouTube that are not on Facebook or TikTok. There's so many people I talk to on Facebook that are not on Facebook or TikTok. And there's a lot of people I talk to on TikTok that are not on YouTube or Facebook. It's just crazy. So it's awesome that I can be on all three and talk with different people that don't get to see me everywhere else. I try to push everybody to YouTube because on YouTube I can share, for the most part, whatever videos I want. I can show the catch videos, I can show the animals, I can show skinning videos, stuff like that, and I'm not as prone to getting it taken down. Whereas to TikTok, I mean, if you show an animal in general, you could get taken down. Uh, I know somebody that got taken down. It was a video. They were just talking, and then they set out a 1 3/4 Duke trap and stuck their hand in it. Well, that video got taken down. That's kind of stupid. Kenny, yeah, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate every one of you guys. Um, I mean, if however you guys follow me along, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, both, all three, whatever. I really appreciate it. Yeah, see, and that better. So I mean, yeah, there's lots of people that are on one, but none of the others. So it's great that I can get on all three and talk to different people. And like when I got the commercial that was going to be on the Pursuit channel, my thing behind that was, I've been on Facebook and I know a lot of people on Facebook that ain't nowhere else, people on YouTube that ain't nowhere else. Well, I know a ton of people that aren't on any kind of social media whatsoever, but they watch lots of TV. Well, I can pick up I got Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and then now I can have a commercial on TV. So now I have four different ways that I can connect with people, uh, besides the, conventions and stuff like that. So it's awesome that I can do that. Like I said, I can't say it enough how much I appreciate you guys. Um, and I don't know how many of you on here maybe are new to the channel, to my YouTube channel or whatever. They don't know, but I am doing a giveaway for on the YouTube. When I reach 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to give away a dozen Duke 650 Pro Series traps. So whenever I reach 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a video, and pretty much I'll say comment down on this video, and everybody that comments on the video will be entered into the giveaway. So whenever we reach 1,000 subscribers, we're going to have a giveaway of a dozen Duke 650s. I'm also doing a giveaway on Facebook. When my Blakely's Trapping Supplies page gets to 4,000 likes, I'm going to give away a dozen Duke #2 Dogless. So, let's say I do give back a lot. Um, I used to do a lot more giveaways like on Facebook. I used to do a lot of giveaways on Facebook. I mean, I used to do like 2 or 3 giveaways a week on Facebook. Well, I got to where instead of giving away stuff on Facebook, to where I wanted to help out, the trapping clinics, to where they have, 7 or 8 instructors that are teaching kids how to trap, or even teaching adults, how to trap or whatever. I would rather, take, $300 or $400 that I would give away on my Facebook, take that money and help support this trapping clinic, to where, because, these trapping clinics, most of them don't charge people to attend them. They don't make money off of it, so they're basically all run off donations, The instructors are all people that have donated their time to spend the day or sometimes even 2 days uh, helping out and doing demos and helping people out. So basically, I'll donate a bunch of my lures, maybe some traps, stuff like that, so they can split it up and give, they'll pick 10 winners there to give stuff away or something like that. A lot of the kids uh, uh, trapping clinics, basically, what I'll do is like when they get a hold of me, I'll be like, hey, how many kids do you think you're going to have? And they'll be like 16 or whatever, 12, 16. I'll be like, okay, well, I have 3 lures and I'll send you 16 of each, so you can give each kid 3 lures or whatever. So they have something. They can come learn and then walk away with something. Whether it be, uh, sometimes I'll donate traps, or a lot of the times with these uh, trapping clinics, I can't afford to donate everything. So a lot of times I'll tell them, I'll split the cost with you. If you want a dozen dog proofs that, cost $130, well, say $60, and I'll get them for you. I'll pay half, you pay half, pretty much. So I'll do that, and then if they do that, I'll send them lures and stuff to go with the dog proof, so they can give each kid, one trap and two lures or whatever. And that's what I like to do. I just donated some traps to Boxy Outdoors. I sent him a dozen Duke 1.5s to do some giveaways for kids. What's the best way to know when a trapping convention is going in your state? Yep, same. Jeremiah, what I would do, there's a group. What is it? It's U.S. Trapping Renaissance or something like that. That's on Facebook. If you're able to do that on Facebook, um, if not, uh, and also if you're on Facebook, there's a guy, Trapper Adrian. He usually keeps these posted about the conventions. But also, you can go to your state's website, and they should have it posted on the website. When they're having it and stuff like that. And most of the time, when your state posts, we're having our convention here, they'll have the time, the date, the directions. A lot of the times, they'll have the local hotels and how much the hotels are per night and stuff like that. Uh, Jeremiah, what state are you in? I might be able to tell you off the top of my head when your convention is, depending on what state you're in. At least be able to tell you what month it is, anyways. Oh, you're in Kentucky. I think. I know a lot of the states over that way don't even have conventions. Uh, hmm, Georgia. Yeah. Just a lot of see. You're in Georgia, Katie. How far are you from Ohio? See, I know a lot of the conventions. You'll have to travel a little bit to go to. Um, I went to I'm here in Southwest Missouri. I went to the Arkansas convention, the Missouri convention, the Oklahoma convention, Nebraska, and Iowa. I was gonna go to the Kansas convention, but I had a doctor's appointment that weekend, so I couldn't go. Alex, Tennessee, yeah. Um, I'll say as far as states over there, I know Illinois has one. The NTA is going to be in Ohio. Uh, let's see. The NTA is going to be in Ohio. Iowa, Illinois has one. I'm trying to think of the states over there. I know New York has a bunch. I think there's one in Mississippi. But those are all quite a ways away. Michigan has a few. About 500 miles. Yeah, it's a long ways. Uh, as far as I know, I've talked to quite a few people, like Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, all those states through there. They don't even have conventions. Um, your best bet is to uh, try to go to your state's website. Like you can just go to the say like the Georgia Trapping Association or Tennessee Trapping Association.com, and there should be a website posted that'll have all the information about the um, association, and it should they should have like districts that they have districts meetings if they have a convention or whatever. You used to live in Indiana. All the shit I've heard are we either up north or Midwest. Yeah, there's going to be one in a Southwest Missouri here. It's going to be in Springfield. Uh, and then Arkansas has a small one. The Mississippi, I don't really know when it is. Uh, are you closer to? I know if you're able to go to Ohio, Ohio's going to have the NTA this year, and it's the biggest convention of the year. I mean, anybody and everybody you can think of will be there. Um, all your top brands, your most famous trapping people, they're going to be there. They got one if you're in southern Georgia. It's awesome. Yeah, the NTA is the last weekend of July. And this year it's in, was it Lima, Ohio? It's like an hour and a half away from the Michigan line, I think. Hour and a half, 2 hours from Michigan. That's, I've have a lot of people want me to go up there, but it's like 14 hours away from me, the NTA this year. So, I don't know if I'll be doing that. Alright, Jeremy, I appreciate it. Yeah, I try to do at least 2 or 3 lives every week here on YouTube. Um, During the weekend, I usually watch like Iowa Trappers Live, Trapper J, Boxy. So on the weekends, I don't usually do any. I normally do my lives during the week. So like I do one on now Tuesday night. So I might do one, Thursday night, possibly. Depends on what goes on. I might even do one late tomorrow night. But since I started doing them on TikTok, also I kind of flip back and forth. I'll do one on TikTok and then do one on YouTube. One on TikTok, one on YouTube. So uh, I try to keep as current as I can. I don't really do them on Facebook anymore. Uh, I might try starting doing a little more on Facebook, but I don't know. Here's a question I got for you guys. It's kind of a question I asked my wife earlier. Uh, so, when it comes to Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, I was kind of wondering when people see my videos, like when you see my YouTube videos or something like that, do you see me as, do you see me as a trapper, or do you see me as the guy that owns a business? I was asking my wife like what she thought, like how do people view me when you're watching one of my videos? Do you see me as the guy that owns a trapping supply business, or do you guys see me as a trapper like everybody else? Because I know, like on Facebook, I think I'm seen on Facebook more as the business, and I feel like on YouTube and TikTok, I'm seen more as me, if that makes sense. The trapper. Alright. I was just, I don't know, I just was, I don't know, it's just something I was thinking of. Other guys with good tips. I try to give as many tips as I can, I try spending most of my live videos answering questions or giving people information or talking about stuff. Uh, I highly, highly, highly recommend Trapper Jay's live videos to people. If you want to watch a live video that's just super entertaining and um, a live video that keeps your attention, Trapper Jay's live videos are phenomenal. Um, Iowa Trappers videos, there's quite a bit of like information in his videos and a lot of joking around. Um, so in my videos, in my lives, I want to be more of like the informational type thing. Um, you know, uh, I will talk kind of about myself, if that's kind of what people are interested in, kind of get to know me, um, you guys seeing, somebody was surprised to know that I used to be a chef. Like, I don't know, is stuff like that, is that something people are interested in? I mean, I don't know. You definitely got some good tips. I appreciate it. Just started following off of Trapper Jay's videos a couple weeks ago. I heard about you. I thought about you as a business slash brand. See, yeah, I get that. As a trapper and a businessman, you view me as part of the Trapper Jay crew and as an owner of a Trapper Supply House. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Trapper Jay, he gives a lot of tips, and he's super entertaining to watch. I'll say that. And yeah, he does drink a few too many sometimes. All right, Jeremiah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate it. I don't like. I don't know. See, I'm still pretty young. I'll be 28 next week, so I'm still pretty young compared to a lot of people. A lot of people still see me as a kid. Even at the conventions, especially like when I opened my outdoor store, I constantly had people coming in thinking like my mom and dad owned the store and I just worked there for them. It blew their mind when I told them it was my store. The same thing with the conventions. People thought that I was a helper for the company and I was there like working their booth. When I told them I owned it, they were like, "Huh? What? Like you're too young to be doing that." So as far as the business aspect goes, I think I like it because it makes me feel more of a like a I won't say a grown up, but it makes me when people see me as the business person, it makes me feel more of like a grown up or I would say more of like a respected. I mean, I don't want to use that word respected, but more of like seen as a I don't know. I don't know. It's just because I'm still young. I've always been seen as the kid. I've never been seen as the person with the knowledgeable info people are looking for. So now a lot of the times I get seen as an equal or something like that. Like when I go to the conventions and uh, I can have a normal conversation, with Kendall Obermeyer or Jeff Dunlap or Jeff Haggerty or anybody like that. It's crazy to me. Um, somebody that's been around as long as they have, that is as well known and respected, that talk to me almost like I'm an equal to them. It is crazy to me. It means a lot to me. So when people see me as the business side, um, I don't know. It makes me feel like I'm more of a I don't know what word I'm trying to think of. it's not grown up or respected or anything. Like, I can't think of what word I'm trying to think of right now, but that's how I feel people see me, and I appreciate it as more of just a kid all the time. I appreciate it, Alex. All right, Mr. James, I appreciate it, man. Hope you catch a lot tomorrow. Watch a lot of Who's Your Trapper. Yeah. They have a lot of informational videos and how tos. So, but yeah, never seen Hoosier. Yeah, Hoosier is another trap and supply company that's been around a whole lot longer than I have. But they also sponsor a podcast, the Trap House podcast. Uh, and they've been doing YouTube for a few years, and they have a pretty good following on YouTube and Facebook. But yeah, they have a trap and supply business. Is what they are. They're basically like another me, pretty much. If you want to see it that way, I guess. But that's me. Like, one of my big things is almost like I'm still trying to figure out like what people are wanting to see. Like, do people want to know more about the business, or do they want to know more about me? Started a business when you was in school, so I know that feeling. I don't see you as a kid at all. You're a parent, a business owner. Don't sell yourself short. Yeah, and see, that's my biggest thing, you know. Uh, Even to like a lot of the people that I know personally or that I grew up with, I'm still seen as, you know, the kid. Uh, my brother was always the one that everybody wanted to spend their time with, or seen as the knowledgeable person, and I was always seen as the kid. So, you know, even now that, you know, I'm pushing 30, I still see a lot of the people I personally know still see me as a kid, you know. They don't, a lot of people still don't seem, like, see, a lot of the people I know personally, they don't follow me on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, or anything like that, so they don't uh, understand, like, especially, like, when it comes to family, like, my uncles and stuff, they don't see me as a real business owner, as a successful business owner. A lot of them don't even really understand what I do. Uh, I get asked all the time, where do you work now? I'm like, I work from home. They're like, doing what? Like, what do you do? I'm like, I own a trapping supply business. They're like, oh, so you like sell hunting stuff? Not really, but close enough. You know what I mean? Like, they don't understand me. They still see me as the 14-year-old kid, I guess you could say. You got to come in on Trapper J Live sometime, dude. I want to. He owns. Who are you talking about? The person with the podcast, the Justin Jett. I think that's his name. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think his name's Justin Jett. And then oh, there's another one. I can't think of his name. I know Justin Jett. Yeah, I'm planning on going up to Trapper J sometime, doing a live with him. Uh, so I don't I don't drink nothing like Trapper J does. Yeah, I know, internet veteran. It's just like my biggest thing. Like when I started doing the YouTube back in November, uh, I because I'm doing it under my business name, like the Blakely's Trapping Supply. So I didn't know if I should go about like doing videos as a trapping supply business owner. Like if I should do all my videos as, um, I'm highlighting a product type thing, or this is how I do my set with these products, or if I should do the videos as in, I'm Jamie Blakely. This is how I do it. and I also, own a tractor supply business. So that's I don't know if people prefer to see me for me, or if they prefer to see me as the business person. I think a lot of it has to do with how people find me. If they find me through the Blakely's Trapping Supplies, or if they find me through, YouTube kind of thing. So a lot of people like from Trapper J, they're probably gonna know me as the business owner because, I've done a lot of stuff through Trapper J's YouTube and lives and stuff like that. So yeah, your family's the same way. I work from home and sell car parts on eBay part time. And man, when I try to explain that to my dad or even grandma, they don't understand. Yeah, I'm telling you, they don't understand at all. It's it's hard to explain it to people when I'm trying to tell them, what I do or who I am. They don't get it. A lot of them kind of think it's, wasting my time, kind of stupid. They don't get it, And I don't want to be like, I have to become this big, you know, successful company or successful YouTuber or whatever, so I can be like, see who I am now, kind of thing. That's not what I'm going for because, for the most part, I honestly just don't care. You know, uh, I talk to my mom all the time. My mom knows everything about me and my business because, um, I practically take care of my parents. My dad's 80 and he can't hardly do anything. He can hardly walk. So I'm always over there helping them or helping my mom do stuff. That's where I've been doing all day is helping my parents. So, sometimes again, this has to take a back seat so I can go do the family thing, help my family out with whatever they have. Um, and I've always been the helper for the family, the guy they go to when somebody needs trouble. So, yeah, I appreciate it, Internet Veteran. That's what a lot of people, when I first started doing YouTube, everybody called me BT because my name on YouTube was BT, and there was a space, and there was supplies. So, like on the Trapper J lives, everybody called me BT. That's what they told me. Well, Trapper J told me to change my name, so I changed it to Blakely's Trapping Supplies. So now everybody just calls me Blakely. And it's kind of funny because all through high school, that's what I was called, was Blakely. Or that's what people called my older brother, was Blakely. So when my brother's friends seen me, they would say, "Hey, you're." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm Blakely's brother." So, but yeah, I've been called Blakely since I was like 12. That's like my nickname, Blakely. So now that I'm, you know, own a business in the trapping industry and people call me Blakely, it's kind of ironic that, I've gained the same nickname that I've had for, 20 something years or 15 years or something. I don't know. I don't know how old I am, I guess. I'll be 28 Tuesday, so. But I appreciate it, guys. Like I said, I'll have more live videos coming uh, throughout time. Yeah, I made the switch mid live stream. Yeah, and he's like, "Well, that was quick," because he's like, "You need to change your name." So I went and changed my name, and I got back, and I was like, "Hey, is this better?" He's like, "Well, that was quick," and I was like, "Well, yeah, quick work. That's how I do everything. I like it to be quick. If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it right, and I'm gonna do it now." So, but I appreciate it, guys. I'm gonna let you guys go. I've been on here for 4 hours and 45 minutes, so I didn't have much to do. My wife went to bed. Wow, 2 hours ago, 10:30. So. I'm going to go ahead and get off here. I appreciate you guys. I don't know if I'll be doing a live tomorrow, but possibly on Thursday. So uh, I'll be looking forward to chatting with you guys again. Again, if you ever have any questions or anything, email me off the website, message me on Facebook or whatever. Um, so I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate you guys watching and for all the support. Hope you guys have a great night. And for everybody that's checking traps tomorrow, I hope you have lots of fur. Thank you, guys.